I'm here. What time is it? It's 3:15 in the morning. Yeah, and I have slept for about 7 hours. Only at the wrong time. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm doing a stream. Right, let me just sort out some windows here. So Elite Observatory Core's doing its thing in the background. I need to transition over to here. Duchess Elysium 07, welcome in. Welcome. How are you keeping? Right, it appears that the planet that I landed on has gone dark. And apparently there's a bio on here that I haven't scanned yet. Was I even going to? Well, I'm a bit more fresher than I was before, so maybe I will. I'm just waiting for Elite Observatory Core to come up and confirm where we are. I am up. I'm up early, but kind of. I slept. My sleeping hours are all out, so I went to sleep at around. What would it be now? I kind of been up 4 hours already. Yeah, I could. Yeah, what have I been doing in the last 4 hours? Anyway, yeah, so I went to sleep around 4:30 p.m. because I only had 2 hours the night before. Right, I did that long stream, and then I only slept 2 hours. I don't know why. I don't know why your brain wakes you up after 2 hours, even though you're super tired. But I woke up after 2 hours. I was awake for a while. I watched 3 out of the 4 Jason Bourne movies back to back. Crazy. And then it was around 4:30 in the morning. I went to sleep. Woke up at 11:30. So that was 7 hours. It did break in the middle of that. I did wake up by an alarm. I had an alarm wake me up, but then I went back to sleep again. Which I shouldn't have done because I missed the food delivery, but it doesn't matter. Shopping was supposed to be coming to my door, and they did, and I missed them. So now that's all in a shambles. I've got no food, and yeah. So it's now 3 o'clock-ish, and I'm streaming. There is one other caveat I should mention, I think. I've got some food in the oven. It's only some chicken stuff that I'm going to make into a sandwich. And so I'm going to eat that while I'm streaming, but I'll mute the mic for the duration of that, so don't worry, you won't have to hear it. So yeah, apparently there is another biosignal here waiting to be scanned. It's bacterium, so I'm not going to bother. So let's get the route replotted if it remembers it. Did we have one? Oh yeah, we did. We're on our way to Electrosay. So yeah, so here, just gaming because I can. 35 jumps remaining. This is to get to a system that's got... it's been discovered already. It's just to have a look at some bios. I don't know whether I should even do that. It's Electrosay, but I don't even know whether I should even bother going on that route and just pick my own. It is on the way. I mean, it's up here, which is, you know, we want to go around here, but this ship will do that in 35 jumps. It seems like it's going to be over quickly. What if we don't go here? What if we go somewhere that's a bit more straight? Say here. I know that there's Lagrange clouds and anomalies down in this area, but we're talking 18,000 light years to get there. That's not going to happen because that's way out of my way. I don't mind going to maybe here, and if I zoom in and we take a look, it's minus 164. So if I can bring that down even more so that it starts to thin out, I want to bring it down quite a lot so that as we travel towards it, we are gradually going further and further down. 922. Wow. Okay, can you plot that route? Yeah, so I mean, I know I keep saying it. I'll try not to make this a super long one because, you know, 85 jumps. Holy crap. I'll try not to make this a super long one. But, you know, I try to also think, if I'm not streaming, what would I be doing right now if I wasn't streaming? I'd be watching a movie. All right, let's get out of here. Looks like we can go straight up and out. And we can. So we just need to clear Matlock and go. Also, I don't know how my head's going to react to gaming right now. Oh, wait a minute. Bio 1. Well, if it was anything decent, I would have done it by now. Oh, yeah, okay. No, it's... okay. It's because this planet had one bio on it, and it was either going to be bacteria or stratum tectonicus, and it turned out to be stratum tectonicus, so we did that. And you guys should be getting the widget feed on the screen, which is new, something I created with AI. Ooh. Ooh, very nice. Okay, lovely. There was no point me doing a stream with the Rusty Dog Commander because that's in the bubble, and you know, I wanted to save that for, let's say, when I'm streaming at more normal times for me. And this isn't normal. Well, it's becoming normal, isn't it? You're just out near Colonia trying to finish off a nebula that's been dragging on. What do you mean by finishing off your nebula? Are you in a what you mean by just exploring everything in it? Yeah, so my food alarm is going to go off in 13 minutes. So I'm going to need to go down and get that. And then I'll come back and eat it. So I'm going to be muted for that time. So I do need to eat. Because I've slept at such a weird time. I haven't eaten since 4:30. I haven't had any, what you would call your evening meal, your dinner, or whatever it is. Yep, not had anything. So yeah, a couple of nice chicken fillets, breaded chicken fillets, you know, in the breadcrumb stuff, in a sandwich. Oh baby, sweet, lovely. I'm annoyed that I missed my food delivery though. That was annoying. I could have had a nice fridge full of choices. I'll have to go sometime later. Knowing me, I'll end up streaming for 6 hours, finishing at 9:30 and then going straight to the supermarket. Bloody typical. I only need a couple of things anyway, so... Right. No bios or geos or anything yet. We're already 15 bodies in out of the 21. 16 bodies in. Okay. One of those systems, is it? Where the plants don't grow. And somewhere there's a rocky ice world that hasn't been scanned. There you are. Well, it's come up empty. Are there any landables anyway? I mean, these 0.6 G. The size of it looks big. It looks like it would be a bigger gravity, eh? Yeah, so there's an atmospheric landable, a couple more landables here, but nothing on them. So, okay. Yeah, let's just push on to the next system, see if we can find anything. Class F, White Star. Yeah, so we left the Formidine Rift on the last stream. We actually got all the way through it. Well, obviously when we came back with the Caspian, we were halfway across it. But yeah, completed that, and now we are in the Errant Marches sector. So, yeah, there's the Formidine right here. And yeah, and we dropped in, we came back from the bubble in the Caspian, we dropped in here, paid a visit to the fleet carrier here, the DSSA fleet carrier, which is around here. And then we just pushed all this way, about 2,000 light years or something like that. Actually not so sure. Last time I remember it was 2,000, it may be more, but I can sure as hell find out. Ooh, 7,000. We never travelled 7, did we? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, we're now in the Errant Marches sector. So let's fuel up. We've got 85.3%. And now we're scooping that little widget of mine, which I'm loving. Once I make sure that I've got everything on there that I need, it will also display gravity and temperature of a planet when we go onto it, and also do that again, and also it will show the exobiology information when we get down. I think that's it then. Yep, we're out of here. And it does it's got the amount of jumps remaining on the route as well, which is clever, and the destination, which is just a random star I picked. It's nothing in particular. Oh, nearly undiscovered. Oh, really? You got 60k first discovered system. Really? Wow. Okay. That's a nice little find, isn't it? Whereabout is that then? It's near Colonia, yeah. And nobody's been there. Wow. Is it quarantined? It sounds like, yeah. Maybe you flew past all the do not pass quarantine zone signs. Who knows? Oh, now I've got that fuel percentage. It's horrible seeing 99.3. Now I've got a fuel scoop all the way up. There we go. I think it does stick on 99.3 and then it flips to 100. I think that's normal for fuel scooping. Right, so we have 28 bodies. Has it been discovered before? Absolutely not. Oh, I still have to test. We added some code onto this widget so that when it shows the planets that have got bios on, you can see here. Let me come out of here. You can see on the sysmap that we have an A shelf and a B shelf. So if there's any bios on the B shelf, it has to say planet, for example, B3. It can't just say planet 3 like it was doing before, because we'll have an A3 and a B3. And if there's bios on the B, it needs to say B3. Where, yeah, as I said, it was just saying 3 before. So I haven't seen that in action because we haven't come across any systems that have got more than one shelf, as I call it. We haven't seen any of those. So let's see if this system will provide that. And we should get a widget on the screen that will list all the planets as we scan them that have the bios. So hopefully it'll list the right ones. And by the way, when my alarm goes off, I have to go straight down to the oven and get my food. I love my little oven. 5 years ago? You've been in there for 5 years? Have you been in that nebula for 5 years? Don't tell me that. You're going to claim the entire thing. Do you have more than one account in Elite where you can, you know, be, say, perhaps in the bubble or somewhere as well? Oh no, I don't know about SRB survey. I think SRB survey's got its own merits as well. But no, I mean, like, Elite Observatory Core is better than this because it can, well, it makes guesses on what plants might be there, where mine doesn't. Mine doesn't say, you know, the body might be worth between this and this, depending on whether the guesses are correct or not. It doesn't do that. It only bases the value of the planet on facts, like, so we have to actually discover the plant, you know, the genus and the species for it to make an accurate prediction. So really, if you've got 5 bios on a planet, you won't get to know the full value until you scan all 5. Up until then, it will only show you the value of what you've scanned. Does that make sense? So if you only scan 3 out of the 5 bios, it'll only tell you what value you've got out of that. But it will be accurate. But you know, I'm guessing that SRB survey, you know, also has its own merits, also displays things that mine probably doesn't. See, mine was created by AI as a plugin for ED Market Connector. So you need ED Market Connector to run it. And then I have to have a separate program running called Stream Overlay to make those widgets that you guys see appear on my monitor as well. So by using the URL of the browser page that is created from the plugin. It sounds complex. It really isn't. It absolutely isn't. It works easy. But it was just, see, when I first created it, the widgets you guys were seeing on the screen, all the information about the bios and whatnot, I couldn't see that. I didn't have it on my monitor. And we tried a couple of methods, but it was crashing the game. So Stream Overlay can also crash the game if you push things too far. Right, and see, look, it's just saying BIOS signals in system E5. So body E is 5, and it's on the A shelf. It should be specifying A2E. So we need to fix that. We need to fix that. The problem is if I fix it, or I ask the AI to fix it and modify it, then I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to take, then what will happen is we'll have to close down Market Connector and reopen it to reinitialize the plugins, and then the information it's already gathered from this FSS, we'll lose that. And so we won't know if it works until the next time. See, now it's listing E5 and C2. So on body E, we've just 5. Maybe if it's A, it doesn't put A, and if it's, because it just, you know, without a letter, you assume A, and if it has a letter like B or C or D, then it'll put B, C or D. I don't know. Yeah. So we've got 3 bodies with bios on. 5, 2, and 5. That's how many bios. And there's another one. But they're all on the A shelf. So we need some on the B, and I don't think there are any. See, there's the B, and everything that is B is inside there, right? Unless, by some happenstance, that's a word I've not used in years. Yeah. Unless by some way this gas giant we're about to find is somehow on the B. I'm trying to follow the orbit line, but I don't know what's orbiting around here. Where are you? It's an A again. Yeah, so according to Elite Observatory Core then, let's just make sure they're all on A. They are. So we've got they're all the same, by the way. They all got the same bios on there. One of them, right, so oh no, never mind. The two that says 5 bios, Elite Observatory Core is saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 of them are not going to be there. All right, let me go and grab my food, and I will be right back. Yeah, and then we'll try and figure this out. And I'll see. I'm going to send a screenshot to AI, and then just say, you know, it's not displaying what I want it to display. Give me a sec. Hello, thanks for waiting. Right. So I'm just going to send it a screenshot and say the planets with bios are A2D. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. There's 4 of them. Has it reported all 4? Yeah, it has. So our A2C and I'm going to say let's notate that as A2C, which sounds weird to you guys, but it means, you know how it puts spaces in between each letter? A space 2 space C. Well, I want it notated without the spaces. What's the other one? D, E and F, right? A2D, A2E and A2F. Yet the EXO bio widget is still only showing C, D, E and F. And then just a little question. Right, I'm going to leave AI to work on that. And Jesus, that's hot. Yeah, I won't bite into my food yet because that is hot. Jesus Christ. All right. So it looks like CDEF is, and it hasn't listed them in order of distance. It's listed them on that exobiology widget. It's listed them in order of how I discovered them, basically. So we're going to start with D is the closest. Oh, I should have told it. Once I've scanned the planet, can you cross that number off? I'm going to have to say I had to interrupt it there. Yeah, so that when I fully scan all, no, not when, or if I fully scan all bios on a body, it removes that entry from the list. I'm going to have to give it an example here so it doesn't get confused. E.g., it might say A2C 5. How does it list it? It does put commas, okay. A2D 3, etc. And if I fully scan all bios on planet D, let's say planet C because it's easier, then remove it from that list, so we will only then see A2D3. Don't worry, it makes sense. There we go. Now you can get on with it. And so can I. Right. Let's see. We probably won't reap the... If it does fix that, we probably won't see the benefits of it until we go to the next. Actually, yeah, we will. Because if it's going to remove bios on that yellow line, remove planets on the yellow line based on me scanning them to completion. Like, obviously, if I only scan 3 out of 5 bios, then it makes sense for the planet to still stay there in the list because it hasn't been fully scanned. Because you can't remove it if I only scan 3 of 5, because it doesn't... The script cannot possibly know that I'm done with it, done with that planet. You know, it can't know that, so it just has to stay there unless everything's fully scanned, and then it's, you know, as we do each one, it removes it from the list until, and then that'll tell me, you know, what's remaining, which makes a lot more sense. So hopefully it'll come out with a newer version of the script, in which case I need to get my plugin folder ready, which is going to be there. So how many bios are on D? Looks like 5 on here. Nothing super valuable major really, but it could be worth, depending what's down here. Hopefully Alioida is down here. I'd like that, because it's between, the planet value is going to be worth between 9 million at worst case scenario, or 19.5 million at best case scenario. So it's probably going to be somewhere, ouch, it's probably going to be my food's still hot. It's probably going to be somewhere in between. But there's an Alioida here worth 6.3 million, or possibly here. There's 2 possible conchas, one worth 4, one worth 2, and there is possibly a Osseous here worth 4 million. But until we probe, we will not know. What? No. Anyway, I've got my new overlay here, so let's just download version 31. Yep, it's been working hard. I know we're going to sell past the planet a little. Let's see if I can just root around there. Okay, so I've got now zip file number 31, which we're going to open up and drag into the plugins folder, replace the files. I don't want to enter orbital, thank you. Can you just not do that? That would be nice. And then close down EDMC, which should dim the displays, and then relaunch, which should brighten up the displays. Okay, sweet. Now then, the next thing will be to refresh the displays. So that's going to mean going into coming out of studio mode on OBS and refreshing the exabio data, which won't pop up on the screen again now until I scan something. Let's refresh the ship data and the location data. Okay, sweet. The jumps remaining, obviously it has to, yeah, we would have to redo the route again, which is not a problem. We can just click here, double click that, clear the destination, and then just route again. That'll allow the jumps remaining to, you know, across here to kick in. Also, this top widget here, these 2 lines, when I was streaming last, were not centered on my screen. They were a little bit to the left and it was annoying me. Rest assured, I have them smack in the middle right now. Alright, so once we probe this planet, the exobiology data should pop up again. Well, that's not it. There it is. So let's send a probe down, just the one should do.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Am I in the wrong place? I am. Wrong planet. It's A2s that we're interested in, not A1s. And the first one is actually F. Sorry. This is what happens when it doesn't display the right info. Was that a perfect, almost perfect disengage from overcharge? Any of you out there watching this because you can't sleep, or should be sleeping but isn't, or aren't? What I like about this little widget is on the top line where it says location in space, it changes it to like around a planet, near a planet, and landed on a planet. I didn't even ask for that, it just did it. This AI is actually very clever. Right, now we should get the exobiology data back up. Let's do 2 probes on this one because it needs 4.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Okay. Of course, the list won't appear again. The yellow line won't appear again until we find another system, because that yellow line only gets triggered when we run the FSS. And I can't run the FSS again because it won't probe a planet that's already been probed. Okay. Right, so we've got tussock, stratum, yeah, not worth a lot, this one. The bacteria is 1 million, the stratum's 1.36 million, and the tussock is 1 million. However, that's 3.3 million. So, still. 15, what is that then? 16, just over 16 million it'll be, because of the footfall. Let's go. And what it also shows is the temperature. As you can see, it says minus 95.9 mean. So that's the average temperature taken between the warmest on the day side and the coldest on the night side. Once we get out on foot, it will be able to tell you the exact temperature live as it happens. And if the temperature changes because the day is getting towards sunset or sunrise, whatever, the temperature will change in real time. Also, what we discovered on the last stream was that if you go under a ship or in the shade of the Nomad, in the shadows, the temperature does change. It does become 10 degrees cooler in the shade. So, yeah, we found that out. How neat is that? And I also like how, well, the gravity's changed now. 0.17 according to the ship. But that's been rounded up because the actual gravity is 0.168. Alright, all three bios are on this same map, so that's going to save a lot of time. Right, I'm going to finish off my sandwich as I'm doing this, guys, so I'm going to be a little bit muted. Hey, Golden Samurai, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome, welcome. Don't forget to wipe your feet on the mat and make yourself at home. I've already seen, obviously we can see the tussock, sorry, the stratum, but I've already seen the tussock as well. So there's plenty here. It's all nice colours, isn't it? Yes, stratums everywhere as usual. Right. Yeah. Good thing about Stratum, of course, is it's everywhere. So easy to find. And so easy to get to the next one. Oh, we've got some tussock here as well. Sweet. 2 scans for 1, for the price of 1. That's the wrong, go back. There you go. Down, down, down. There you go. That's it. What sells space mold or ram sticks? Oh, ram sticks. Yeah, space mold you can get everywhere. It's too readily available. You don't get a good price for it. Ram sticks, they know where they can stick it. Yeah, so you see the total value of the BIOS so far is 2.36, but that's because we haven't scanned the last one yet. Oh, wait a minute, it's right here. Yes. Now, as soon as I scan the first sample, it'll up that total to 3.36. There we go. Sweet Caroline. Why did you close? Oh, you don't really have to get far away from the Nomad for all of those to close. I wish the distance was a little bit more. At least, I don't know, at least 100 meters or so, because it's not like anyone's going to come and steal it. Can they? Can a multi-crew friend, can they come in and steal your Nomad? Oh, tussock. Yeah, of course, the range on the tussock is 200 meters, as it says right there. So there they all are, lit up. Let's give them a quick scan and make them happy. Yeah, there are no new traits. Obviously, that jet tends to come up once you've done a full scan with your little gun. So as I mentioned once, there is an argument for, I mean, obviously it is still needed and it is still usable and it is still fun to have one. But you don't, if you're going to do exobiology now, you don't need an SRV anymore. You just don't. But the SRV, I got 2 of them just for extracurricular activities, I guess. You know, like the Scarab for going down into deep valleys and the Scorpion for climbing up mountains. Is that one on its own? See, I would never... Oh, no, it's not. The rest light up when you get closer. Side exit. And that's this planet sorted. So now the next planet we do... yeah. No point in me finishing that sentence because it doesn't make any sense in the context. We have to go to the next system for that yellow line to appear on my exobiology widget. So we're going to have to wait a little while for that one. Right, I think we are definitely done on this planet, so let's get docking requested. Main engines to approach the ship and maneuvering thrusters to get in. Don't do it any other way or you risk your life. As you well know, Rusty. As you well know. It's engines off. And maneuvering thrusters for the rest. Do. Just to keep things under control. Well, I mean, do they even have the Nomad in Horizons? It's not obsolete though. I mean, it's no point using it to go, but to get you from plant to plant, because the Nomad does it faster. So it's not really much point in doing that. But in order to explore the surface, and let's say you have a really deep valley you want to go down, I'm not going to use my Nomad for that. If I want a mountain to climb, I'm taking the Scorpion. If I want a valley to go down and see if I can get back out of it again, I'm taking the Scarab. I wouldn't use the Nomad in those scenarios at all. Nope. Right, so what planet was that then? That was planet F. So we've got C, D, and E still to go. Which is the next closest? D is the next closest. And then we've got C and E down there, so let's lock on to D. Right, go. Oh, hard point deployed. Frontier. Fix, please. And a little bit of boost. And now we can get over to D. The disaster. We have a little push. Tiny little push. Quick one. Not that quick. Could have gone for longer. That's what she said. Little boost now. Don't get carried away. You got carried away, didn't you? Yes. Yeah, you did. So this is our system that we found. Engineer Jerry. Hi, Engineer Jerry. One of the nice things about a HOTA setup is that I don't need to resort to maneuvering. Yeah. I mean, my main engines are on my WASD keys, because I use joystick and keyboard. But my maneuvering little thrusters are on my numpad. I use, 8, 4, 6 and 2, I guess, to maneuver forwards and sideways and stuff. Yeah, it's help. Yeah, it works for me anyway. I'm left-handed though, so a HOTAS is, I need a throttle that's made for the right hand. Right, biosignals 5 confirmed. So the planet is worth 10 million, and we did lose Alioida, you basket. I wonder if that means we'll lose Alioida. Like, on planet E, it's also listed the same 8 bios, despite the fact that there's only a chance of 5. But I wonder if the same ones will go missing. In this case, we lost the Concha and the Alioida, which is a shame because they were the most lucrative. So now the only lucrative one on here is the Osseous. So let's see who shares what maps. So bacteria and fungoida are separate. Osseous and bacteria share the same. Stratum the same and tussock the same. So everything's on the same map except fungoida. Okay. Obviously want to go for a daytime landing, and there's a great big chunk of blue behind me, but it's on the dark side, and I don't want to force myself to go down. Oh, thank you, Obi-Wan, for all of your help. Oh my god, you're a lightsaber. Sorry. Oh, Hosas. I thought you'd made a typo. Yeah, no. I'm not. I can't afford a second joystick. This one was bought for me, and it's expensive. I can't afford another one. Oh, what am I doing? You're not in the, you need to be in the little nomadian, the nomadian shuttle. I've never heard of the term Hosas before, but I can certainly understand it. Right, bacteria and stratum. Let's do the stratum first, which is the same as last time. Stratum Peleus. There's no point doing a composition scan on this because it's the same as before. Unless, of course, it's a different color. And I don't think it is. It's going to be lime. It's the same color. So we're not going to get our 2,500. Come on. I know you don't want to land on top of the cucumber, but it's quite safe. Great for flying helicopters as well in flight sim, right, Jerry? I don't know if you do that. Right. So, Errant Marches is the sector we're in, right? And I called the stream Errantly Marching On. Now, or Marching Errantly On. So basically, in case you don't know what, I had to look it up, but what errantly means is that you are on a journey. I guess it comes from errand, maybe, I don't know. But you're on a journey that you can veer away from, kind of, right? So you veer off course. So it's kind of an organized trip from A to B, but you're going on a tangent and off course on the way, which that pretty much sums this up. I'll get out the other side. So yeah, we are definitely errantly en route and veering off on a tangent. If not off a tangent, if not on a tangent off the route, then certainly we're wandering all over the planets in each system everywhere. So it is kind of errant either way you look at it. Well, there's a big load. Cucumber patch. Isn't he an actor? Oh, no, that's Cumberpatch, isn't it? Benedict Cumberpatch. Gumber. Yeah, him. Cumberpatch. What a name that is. No! You said there was greens here. That's why you lit up in green. There we go. Yeah, Benedict Cucumber Patch, I call him. Hey, just for info and reference purposes, I am 1 subscriber away from becoming 8.17 subs. That's not bad, is it? Well, I think we were at 8.14 or 15 a couple of streams ago, but it's gone up quite nicely, which is very, very nice. Thank you to all those who have subbed. Legends in your own right. Oh. Definitely needed to go forward there. This one is Tussock Penatis, which again we already did, right? Yeah. Yeah, we already did that on the previous planet. So, yeah, we did Tussock, so we did Orasus, Peleus, Penate. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't need to do those again. In terms of the composition scanner, we will reap no further rewards. So you see now, look, for those who haven't seen this, right, the temperature is minus 74.1. As you can see, that's the accurate temperature. If I get into the shade of the shuttle here, look, minus 89.3 now. It's colder. It's gone back to 74. I think that's because I'm trying to get in the ship. It doesn't count it counts the ship as the 74. It doesn't count it as the 89. See? 89.3 because I'm in the shade here. Who knew that the temperature changed for you when whether you were in the shade or not? If I come back out into the open, the temperature will jump back to 74.1. Back into the shade, 89.3. That's a 15-degree difference. How cool is that? The Elite does that. It's nice. Legend in your own mind. We all are that, I suppose. A little bit of that. Look in the mirror and say, yeah, you handsome bastard. Okay. Hello, little tussock. Do we have tussock and Putexa here on Earth? Because where did those names come from otherwise? Well, we don't have Osseous, do we? We don't have Electrosay. Oh, what was that? Jeez. That was Rusty. Jerry! Ah, Jerry. Thank you, my man. Has that tipped me into the 8170? Oh, you're a gentleman. Thank you. 8170 now is my official sub count. Marching on to 8.2 next. Little steps, guys. Little steps. Little milestones. My ultimate goal on this channel, ultimate goal would be 10,000 subscribers. That would be freaking well, it would be way beyond what I ever imagined. 1,000 subs was beyond what I imagined when I started. There's no way I saw myself getting 1,000 subs. No, nope, didn't see that happening. And then it did. Yeah, crazy. Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, it'll take a while. It's going up about 1,000 per year. Actually, less than 1,000 per year. Because I've been streaming this for nearly 11 years now and 8,000 subs. So yeah, so it's less. Right, what else do we have here? Everything is here except Fungoida, so we should still be able to get Osseous and Bacterium. Yeah, I don't think Robbie Williams would be too happy with me messing with Millennium Song and turning it into Bacterium. Right. Yeah, I think most of them are grasses actually. But that one had a little blooming flower on it, didn't it? Right, bacterium arses. Doodle-doo. And then we have 2 more of those, and then it's the hunt for Alioida. Not Alioida, Fungoida. I knew there was an Oida in there somewhere, but Fungoida can be a little bit tricky. This particular one. It grows on the rocky parts. Yo, Adrian! And sometimes those can be quite difficult to find. These bits here, right? So you see where it's all rocky there, and it's all smooth here. Well, it's the rocky parts where the Fungoida is. I was gonna say, I'm sure I know that girl, Ali Fungoida. I think she lives down the road. Oh, puns is what I do, man. Yeah. Somehow we're sampling it from here. Whatever works. Rusty streams are puntastic. Hey, Mark Shaw. Is that a good night, as in good night I'm going, or good night I've just arrived? How you doing, matey? Yeah, I have slept. I have actually slept, and by God, I needed it. I had last... would it be called last night now still? Well, anyway, previously I had 2 hours sleep. And I thought, oh my God, 2 hours isn't nowhere near enough. My brain's going to collapse. But I managed to stay awake for so freaking long, and I didn't feel like I was getting any more tired. So I ended up watching the Bourne Identity, the Bourne Ultimatum, and the Bourne Supremacy back to back. I wasn't any less or any more tired, and I just thought, you know what, just turn the lights out and just try and go to sleep. That's the last thing I remember. Turning the lights out, that was it. I don't remember anything after that. So obviously something switched off big time, like my brain. And then I just fell asleep for 7 hours. Glad for it though. It's just that when you have 7 hours sleep and you wake up at 11:30 at night, how do you correct for that the next day? You're screwed, aren't you? Come on, bacteria, where are you? Do I have to slow down again? Wait for you to appear? No? Really? Ah, there we go. You see? Background, the ground is caught up now. I don't know if that's a glitch Frontier can ever fix. Because it's server lag, isn't it? Mind you, hey, with all the money they've had from ARCs, we should be able to afford fast servers. Not Amazon Basics. Are the servers... Hold on. Are the servers still hosted at Amazon? Are they still Amazon-based servers? Did they change that? Was that a bacteria? Yeah, it was. Just out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, I haven't watched the Bournes through for a while. I've still got the last movie to watch, Jason Bourne. I still have to watch that one. Is Matt Damon too old now to do another one? That's a lie. Yeah. Is Keeper Sutherland too old to do another Jack Bauer? 24. Missed opportunities, man. They can't leave Jack Bauer hanging in a Russian prison. The guy needs a good ending. A happy ending. Hey Craig, missing my stream while at work. Some people watch my stream while they're at work. Some people get caught watching my stream while they're at work. Please, I hope don't get sacked on my account. My God. Or don't get into trouble on my account. Right, so there we go. There is, indeed, Fungoida Alioida. No, composition. There you go. How much, how much, how much? No extra money? I worked hard for that. Right, so the next two Osseouses might be really easy to find, or they might be a right pain in the doobries. 800-meter distance on these buggers. You work a brake press. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, better to miss the stream than miss a finger. If he's in the Odyssey. I haven't seen that, the Odyssey. Who's in that? I've heard of it, obviously, but I haven't watched the movie or anything. Talking of movies, guys, there's one I'm debating whether to watch or not, but I don't know if it's any good. So maybe if anyone's seen it, it's that death of the death of Robin Hood. Any good? I don't know. Is Robin Hood played by a Brit this time? Or maybe it's an Australian this time. Maybe Robin Hood's being played by a woman this time. That would make sense. Yeah. The way of the world. And I believe Meryl Streep is going to be playing the lead role in the next Shaft movie. Hugh Jackman. Yeah, so I don't know, the Odyssey might be good to watch, right? Alright, let's wait and see the landscape pop. If it is indeed going to. It looks like it's going to, because this looks pretty low res. Is it going to pop? There we go. Gotta stick to these rocky bits. It's the only place Osseous is gonna grow. Well, at least this particular type anyway. Okay, what the hell are you oh, okay, it's still on a rocky little bit. It is. There's no way I would have spotted that without the pulse scanner. Not a chance. Damon. The film is awful because it... Which film? The Robin Hood one. Clambering over one of the thrusters, but no reason at all. Well, we need 800 meters first, so let's go. Look at that big batch of cucumber over there, man. That is substantial. It's all part of the space vegetable family. There it is. Okay. The only thing left is Fungagoida, which, I don't know, I guess we could go up and go get it, why not? Clean out the system. Turn around. What's that one? What song's that? Every now and then I get a little bit. Who sings that one? Is it Barbara Dixon or something? Barbara Dixon. I don't know. Oh, I know. It's What's Her Face, isn't it? And I need you now tonight. Yeah, it's What's Her Face. Oh, I can't get the name. She's got that gritty voice. She's blonde, right? And then, yeah. Well, no, never mind. Her. Total Eclipse of the Heart. Bonnie Tyler. Yeah, Bonnie Tyler. Total Eclipse. There's a total eclipse when I fought. Right, up we go. Did she now? Wow, when was that? Oh, this year? Oh, I didn't know about that. To be honest, I only know her from that song, that one song. Why it just popped into my head right now, I don't know. I think it's because it's the way the neurons in my brain connect up. I just said turn around, and then suddenly the song just popped straight in, because there's a lyric in there that says turn around, and it just, my neurons made that connection. Freaking bizarre, but anyway. Once upon a time, I was falling in love, and now I'm just falling apart. Nothing we can say. A total eclipse of the heart. Right. Fungoida, whatever it might be. Do we have it confirmed, maybe, perhaps, so to speak? Gelata. Fungoida Gelata. Okay. Let's get down here, then. Going in blind here. I need it. Oh yeah, I need a hero. I'm holding on for a hero to the end of the night. Yeah, of course, that was her as well. Yep. It was a good music era, all that. Good time for music. 60s was good, 70s, okay. 80s, great era for music. 90s, okay. It's like Windows, isn't it? One version of Windows good, the next one's going to be bad, the next one's going to be good. Although they have broken that tradition recently, Microsoft. You know. I mean, we had, ouch. You know, we had all that Windows ME, Windows Millennium bollocks, which was no good. Windows 2000 was fine. It was stable, But the longer you had it running without a reboot, the more memory leakage and drain you would get, and it would get slowed down. And the more programs you installed, the slower it got. Other than that, though, Windows 2000 was stable as anything. So what was that other one? That's one that we used to use for multi Windows. What was it called? Net? Something net? What was it? Yeah. And then they brought out Windows XP, which was very popular, very stable, very good. Windows 7 was great. What came between XP? Oh, Vista. What a pile of junk that was. Yeah. Windows 7 came out and just blew everything away. Windows 8 was not great. Windows 8 was like upgrading from a Cobra 3 to a Cobra 4. The 3 is still better. Yeah, music-wise. Oh, absolutely, Mark. Absolutely. Yeah, Windows ME. And then Windows 10 came along and it was like, wow. Just, you know, just smashed everything. Because Windows 10 had a feature that no other Windows had before it. You had to... and Windows 11 is the same. It's... I came across this by accident, that Windows 7, if you took your hard drive out of your computer and put it and got a new computer and tried to boot up off that same hard drive, you would get blue screens. And the only way to get around it was to maybe install the chipset drivers from your new machine onto the old one first and then boot onto the new one. Or you could back up your entire hard drive with Acronis True Image, Acronis Universal Restore it was called, wasn't it? And then you could restore back onto the new computer hardware, and it would stop halfway through the restore and say, please insert the driver discs or driver CD for your new chipset. And then it would carry on and boot. With Windows 10, you don't even have to do that. Windows 10, you can take your hard drive out of your old computer. You can switch from Intel to AMD, new motherboard, new RAM, everything. Stick your hard drive in and it'll just pick up the new drivers and boot. Oh, it's a miracle. It's amazing that it can do that. I came across it by accident because I was putting a Windows 10 installation from an old machine into a new one. And I thought, right, let's just wait for the blue screen and see what we have to do here. Nope, it just said detecting new drivers and it booted straight in. I thought, you are kidding. This is like it was totally new hardware. New motherboard, everything was different. And Windows 10 just booted. I couldn't freaking believe it. That just blew my mind. So yeah, Windows 10 for me is amazing. I am now on 11 and it seems to be okay. Windows 95B, oh yeah, 95. What was that other one though? The Windows, was it Net 4.5 or something, or Net 3? There was a version. What was that? Windows.net. Was it that what it was called? Windows.net version 3. It was used in like shops when you needed to put multiple PCs onto the same network and stuff. Yeah. God, I lived through that era and I've forgotten already. Do you remember, if we're going to go really far back, because I started obviously with MS-DOS, MS-DOS 1, MS-DOS 3. Do you remember DR-DOS? It was a workstation version. Yeah. Hello, Plantage. Yeah, there was something workstation, wasn't there? And something... Windows NT. Thank you. Yes, Windows NT. I installed that in a health clinic once. I was part of a job I did, but I never actually used it myself. But I did actually, you know, install it and did all the cabling, the network cabling, put it as well. Yes, NT. You can't get 11 to install. Something about my new NVMe hard drive not compatible. Oh, there must be ways around that though. I've never heard of that though. I've heard of like the, you know, the TPM protection and stuff, but there's, you know, obviously you can get around that. But I've never heard anything because of a NVMe drive. Right, so this fungoider here was, like we saw last time, halfway up a hill. So that's where we need to look. Yeah, Windows NT. Everyone here is old. Yeah, I mean, Elite Dangerous does attract the more discerning gentlemen, middle-aged gentlemen, peoples. Yeah. I remember asking once, I took a poll on my stream years ago to ask, you know, what people's ages were and just to kind of get the age group. And they were all kind of my age, which threw me. There was one guy watching me on the stream, he was 81. And he was elite. He was a player, Elite Dangerous player at 81, which is freaking awesome. How cool is that? I'm only 46. Yeah. But we remember the same stuff, don't we? We went through the same era of computing, I guess. More or less anyway, right? If I talk about Sinclair Spectrums and stuff like that, you guys can relate, right? You know what we're talking. Come on, Fungoida. You are worth 3.3 million, but what are you worth in time? Let's have a look over here. I don't have grandchildren, but I do have grand nieces and stuff like that. I'm a grand uncle. I'm not quite there yet where I'm going, when I were a nipper. And you young'uns don't know how good you've got it today. Oh, actually, maybe I am at that level now, to be fair. Being born into the age of iPhones and tablets. I can't get this frickin' iPad to do this thing. And then your 4-year-old comes along and says, I'll do it for you, Daddy. Ping, 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 ping. Done. See, but you're 4 years old. How do you know this? Because they're brought up on it. They're born into it. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Let's go over and search this thing. You just had your first grandson. Congratulations, man. Yay. You're a grandfather. That's cool stuff, man. Right, so that tells me this terrain is not rendered. There we go. Unbelievable, but It is the new elite, the new normal. I'm not waiting forever, Fungoida. You better show up. Please. Thank you. I've got a batch on my left-hand side there, and a batch on my right. What's the distance? Fungoida, 300 meters. We might be able to pull this off if I get the very back of that one. Oh no, let's go up here. Come on, Nomad. Pull out all of your landing skills and get yourself down here. Yes, no problem. You can land here, right? Yes, baby. So, my hope is now that when we disembark here, that over there, if we can go to the back of that one, that's going to be more than 300 meters away, and we'll get the last scan. I think we can do it. So we just get the one as furthest away as we can. Oh, it's green. Just realized. Fungoida Gelato green. And if we whiz over to our right, yeah, the terrain doesn't keep up. It lags. But it's not just the terrain that doesn't keep up, it's the plants. When the terrain glitches and renders in, so that the plants spawn in as well. So you could be, if you're going too fast, they won't be there. And you'll be whizzing past where they're supposed to be. Yes, baby. This planet is finito. Or it will be when I've scanioed this plantio. With the right scanner. There we go. Total value 10.72 million multiplied by 5 is 53.5. Would it be? 53.5 million. Not too bad. Ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-dum. Oh, great. Done it again. Mark, again. Oh, you're a demon, man. Thank you for gifting another membership. Thank you so much. Dylan Martin got that one. Thank you so much, Mark. Very kind once again. As I'm trying to think of the group that did that a cappella, looking from the window above. It's like a story. They did a cappella. Who was the group of guys? Anyway, that was in the 80s as well, I think, or 90s. Yeah, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. No, not Alison Moyer. There was a cover version done by a band of guys who sang it a cappella. I think the group name begins with C, but I don't remember what it is. Yeah, Alison Moyer's version was amazing. Of course, it's Alison Moyer. What, you know. We need a rusty army. Oh, you reinstalled ED after my last stream. Oh, nice one, Craig. I guess that's where the term influencer comes from then, right? It must be that, right? What's the song called? Looking from a window above, it's like it's like a story of anything. Came back only yesterday, we're losing further away. All I needed was the love you gave. All I needed for another day. Only you. Okay. So who sang Only You a cappella in the 80s, I think it was? The Flying Pickets. Yes! Why did I think it began with C? The something. No, the Flying Pickets did it a cappella. Thank you very much. The one thing I like about the Google search now is it defaults to AI for an answer, so you can ask it more complex questions. Like, if I do this, will this work, or is this the correct way to do it? Da, 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 da. Yeah, Yazoo was Alison Moyer, yeah. She was the original one, and then the Flying Pickets covered it. Yeah. The best a cappella band I know right now, by a long shot, is probably Home Free. I don't know if you've heard of Home Free. They did a version of Man of Constant Sorrow and Ring of Fire. Those guys are amazing. There's one guy who imitates a harmonica like it's a proper harmonica, like it's his mouth, but you think it's a harmonica. And a guy called Tim Faust who's got a voice so deep that he once sung deep into a microphone and broke the amplifier. It happened live. They were outside, and he, as soon as he sang into it, he busted the amplifier. Right, what's left? D, we need E, and C and E we need now. C only has 2 bios, so let's go. You know how, here's just another variation of a song here. You know how Stratum Tectonicus is so lucrative? So if you get first footfall and you scan it, you get 95 million, right? Well, before the time of the nomad, you could have a song, you could change the lyrics of a Dire Straits song, couldn't you? And it would start off going, oh god, I've got to get high for this one. I want my SRV. And then it would be called Money for Nothing, because it's 95 million in the bank. I want my SRV. Dun, dun. Yeah. I can't, if I was to try and do the Money for Nothing, I can't do it. I can't go from the I want my MTV into the music, because I always sing the wrong tune. I can't physically do it. My brain won't let it. It keeps going into I can't get no satisfaction. So it'll do I want my MTV, and then I'll go dun, 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 dun. And I can't do the Mark Knopfler one. It's a block I have. But yeah, definitely need a I want my SRV. We should think about that, right? Like lyrics to a song, lyrics of songs that you can change a line to make it Elite Dangerous oriented. Sting had some good stuff. I used to like listening to the Police as well. Roxanne. Yeah. And then Sting, of course. On his own, yeah. Good stuff. Some good stuff. Fields of Gold. Oh, no, Fields of Barley, isn't it? Fields of Barley. Oh. And isn't there Fields of Gold as well? Is that two separate ones? Or is that the same? Two different lyrics from the same song, I think. Don't stand so close to me. Appropriate for Elite Dangerous. Yep. Technicians, researchers, when you brush past them or go anywhere near them. Don't stand so close, they say. I've never heard them say your teacher the subject of schoolgirl fantasy, though. But I think the most, well, what could be appropriate for Elite Dangerous, but actually isn't, would be walking on the moon. Except you can't walk on the moon in Elite, for some reason. Because then they'd have to put the flags and the golf balls and the lunar vehicle and everything else that they left behind there. But it all happened on a soundstage. Sure. Yeah, of course it did. The moon landings are fake. If they were faked, do you know who'd be the first to expose it? The Russians. Because there was a massive space race going on. It was a race to get into orbit. The Russians won that one. Then it was a race to land on the moon. The Americans won that one. If they'd faked it in any way, believe me, the Russians would know. And they would expose it. Because they wanted to be the first. They would absolutely frickin' expose it for what it was. But they haven't, nor have the Chinese, because they've all been up there and around and, yeah, anyway. Yeah, the Russians would be the first. They'd just say, you know, America's fooling you. They never landed on the moon. It was all fake. And we would know because we've got satellites up there and we would know. But not a peep. They know they were beaten to it. And they know it happened. So yeah. And the other thing about it is, if you fake something like that and try and put it out there as a historical event, which is a big historical event, right? Landing on an alien body for the first ever time by a human. Can you imagine the shit that hits the fan if that gets exposed and comes to light? It just ain't worth the risk, man. I don't think they would ever risk something like that. Hey, Frog. Okay. Oh, you got a hop, you mean? You got a hop. Not bounce. Okay. Rivet. I hope you had a riveting time. Sorry, that's a... Yeah. Catch you next time, matey. Take care. Yes, I don't buy into that. I don't buy into that theory. Yeah, it would be massive news. It would be... Oof. The government would be so embarrassed. I think we drifted outside of the zone, guys. I don't see how we did, though. Let's get back into here. I can tell you what was fake is the crop circles, because the guys who made them came forward and admitted it, and they showed how they did it. And everybody bought into that. It's amazing, isn't it, how people buy into the crop circles as being alien, and yet people think they're so smart at thinking that the moon landings were fake. So which is it? Are you gullible or are you too clever? Which is it? Because you ain't both. Crop circles. Yeah, because there's no way a human being could ever do that with a plank and a piece of wood. A wooden plank and a piece of rope. Yeah, that's not possible. Two guys with different varying size planks on bits of rope. That was it. That's how they did it. Genius. The technology involved. It was aliens. It's just a human thing we have of trying to explain things that we can't explain, or we're trying to explain it away with, you know, whatever. We can't explain how this happened, so therefore aliens. Everything down here, right? Oh, bacteria and fungoida. It's all on this sector here. In this little map. All in the same map, but yet, I haven't come across one fungoida yet, and I'm trying to think whether we've drifted outside of the blue map. I don't think it was restricted to just this crater, so I think we can leave. Whoa, hello. Yeah, now the struggle for Alioida. Oh, fungoida, Jesus. Rusty, you have to get your oidas in the right order. Yes, sir. What would you like to order? Well, come on. I know we're on a hill. Is this why it grows on flats because it's difficult to scan on an angle. Yeah, we're in a big crater here. Looks good, doesn't it, once it's properly rendered? A frontier, once it's properly rendered. Do. Right, Ali frickin' oida. No, it's fungoida. Jeez, Rusty, come on. Right, that grows up on these hills, doesn't it? Stop saying alioida. Fun goida. This is the goida that's fun. I don't think the terrain around here is the right type that we're going to find fungoida on it, because we've been finding them up hills and stuff. So unless they're on the bank here or on the top around the diameter of the crater, I don't know where else we're going to find them. Don't get too high up. Terrain looks like it's popped in okay, but I'm just gonna stop and just make sure. Yeah, okay. Let's take pips out of engines so that we're not going too quickly. Allow the terrain time to keep up with us. It doesn't look like there's anything here, does it? And the closest hills are over there. Can we cover the crater in one boost? No point pulsing at this speed, nothing's going to get picked up. Pull the brakes on. Oh. Wait for the scenery to catch up, as it just did. Come on. The problem is going to be... well, not a problem, but the issue is once you've found the first one, that's when the problem starts, because it becomes a question of where the hell are the other two. Okay, so I reckon there's two choices here right now. First choice is to forget it and move on. Second choice is to go back up into space and come back down on a bigger blue patch on a part of the planet where we can see from space that it is as bumpy as hell. Because it doesn't have to be like, I think we're searching in the wrong place, aren't we, though? It just has to be on these rocky areas. It doesn't have to be up a hill. I'm thinking of bloody fungoida. Yeah. Yeah, not the case at all for... no, what am I thinking of? This is fungoida. Yeah, I'm mixing it up with osseous. Osseous grows on the rocky parts, fungoida grows up on the hills, I think. Yeah, so no, I was right in the first place. steam machine. Ooh. I looked at those quite a while ago. They're pretty expensive, aren't they, though? But yeah, you would be able to play Odyssey on that, yeah. Can you plug one of those into your TV or something as well, so you can display it on the TV screen and play it on that? Because that would be cool, wouldn't it? I think I want to move on because I want to test the exobiology widget. And there's, yeah, and I've got one more planet to do yet, so I'm gonna forego this one, this particular plant. It should be on the next one anyway. Where are you? Jeez. So September this year, obviously, September is going to be the new series of Obi-Wan. Yeah, that's a good series, that. Can't wait for that to come. Right, final planet is planet Epsilon, or E. Yeah, well, no, the widget, I've had it for a couple of days now. It's I'm refining it as I go. I just made a change to it earlier, but I need a chance to test it out. The exobiology one, but it only works when you do a FSS, so I have to wait till I get to the next system to try it. Take me away from here. Ooh, not that quick though. Frickin' hell. I tell you what, when those turbos spool up, it's a neck breaker. Dun, 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 dun. A grand pound? What's that? A grand star pound. Don't get that. For probes, I will name that planet in a 2 probes. Oh, a grand. Really? Whoa!
Surface scanned by 50%.
You could get all the parts on eBay secondhand for a PC for that to run Odyssey with. I would reckon. You could buy a computer secondhand for that PC that would run Odyssey on it. It's a nice bit of kit though, to be fair. It is very nice. How deep is your love here? Okay, it's getting dark on this patch, but it is a nice big blue patch. Oh, I know what I can do. We can circle round. Deep dive. Imagine landing on that dot there in the middle. And we'll land down here. 2 craters in front of me, which is well on the blue map. So it'll give me a sense of scale that I'm not going to venture outside of it, which I don't think I will. Deploy the nomad. Make it so. Yeah, see, that could be Jean-Luc Picard taking a broken sewing machine to the menders and saying, make it so. But let's not go there. Right. I already see my first, oh god, cucumbers and stuff everywhere. Cucumbers and lamb fries. Oh yeah. Can park anywhere and I still landed far away. What's the tectonic, what's the stratum? 500 meters. Yeah, I should have parked at the back end. Although there is some down there, okay. It's just that I knew there was some behind me, so. Baby one. Or this could be a big one that's just almost entirely buried under the ground. We don't know. Wouldn't it be easier if, instead of all these doors opening, it did it like the buggy, the moon buggy in Starfield, where this front cockpit opened up from the front and you just, you know, this bit, the cockpit just moved away from you, moved to the side, or it came up with the whole cockpit front. It just lifted up on a hinge at the top and you climbed out the front. That'd be easier, wouldn't it? Yeah. All right. We have some more down here, which may or may not be 500 meters, and they are. Do 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 do. It's a big fella. I feel sure now that I've got enough exobiology on board to get me to elite ranking. I feel pretty confident to say that. So until I can log it all, it's probably best not to lose it. So the question is, if you come across a DSSA carrier, do you take the 25% hit on the tariff but guarantee the sale? Or do you risk that you won't kill yourself ever and risk losing everything if you do? It's a trade-off, isn't it? If I was going for the elite, I'd probably cash it in, actually, even with the tariff, and hope that the 25% charge that I would get would still see me through to elite rank. Because what I don't know is, if you cash in 100 million, for example, does your ranking come off that 100 million, or does your ranking increase because of that 100 million, or does it take the 25% off, which means you'll only have 75 million, and then your ranking gets based on that? Is it before or after tariff? That's what I don't know. Right, we got one more. There they are. Didn't have to go far at all. Might as well have these doors permanently open. There we go. Sweet. So what's left here is... It's the same as last time, right? Everything on that list is in this map range, except for Fungoida, which is on a different and opposite map. So we've still got Bacteria and Osseous to pick up from here. So Bacteria is going to be obviously the easiest, because Osseous is just dotted anywhere. But there's one right there, right? Oh, okay, so that was a green that was showing through from... So that's Bacteria though. Yeah, that green isn't for the stratum there, it's for what comes after, which is this. But why are you green? Yeah, see, that's fake. Fake, 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 fake. It looks like the greenness has got height as well, look. It's a circle in front of us, isn't it? It kind of goes round like this. It's a... Oh, go again. Come on. I've only ever owned a console twice. Both times it was an Xbox, and both times it was just to play Grand Theft Auto until they brought it out on PC. And then I sold the console. I had an Xbox 360 for GTA 4, and then I got another Xbox for GTA 5 until it came out on PC. Good thing they put some pretty decent shields on this Nomad, otherwise I would have ripped it to pieces. I handle it quite roughly. Right, so if we do Bacteria now, the last one, then any further pulse scanning means that the only thing that can light up in green is Osseous and nothing else. Wow, that is abrupt. Oh, and there's no way I'll be getting a console just for GTA 6. Even though the PC might not see GTA 6 until well into 2027, which is a shame, but it's Rockstar. What can you do? I know it's coming out in November on the consoles, but with the PC won't see it, I don't think. It's probably going to not be until May, June 27 that we get it on PC. If that's me being optimistic. Okay then, Osseous. Oh, and Fungoida as well. Yeah, Fungoida not on this map, but Osseous is on the rocky bits, just like Adrian was. There we go. There's a nice sample of them. Yep. Oh, did you, Mark? Oh, I know, it was a horrible moment, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was either down to just Frontier not wanting to do it on consoles. Although, because the thing is, right, if you program something on the PC, it's relatively, apparently, from what I've heard, it's not that difficult, let's just say, to port it over onto the Xbox, because it's kind of similar-ish, right? But getting it onto the PlayStation is another matter, right? So you have to, porting it onto there is a bit more complex. I think, anyway, from what I'm led to believe. Thing is, though, I'm not convinced that it was just Frontier saying, we can't be bothered to do this on 3 separate platforms. We're only going to do it on the PC. I don't think it was Frontier's thing at all. I think it was either one of two things. Either it was let me get this right. Either it was like technologically going to be a nightmare to do it, which I don't see how that could be, really. Just putting a ground game into the consoles, I don't see how that's any more complex than doing it on a PC. Or, what I think is the most likely, that Sony and Microsoft just wanted a little bit too much money to make it viable. But then how much is too much? You know, I guess they must have predicted how many sales they were going to get of Odyssey on console, and maybe decided that financially, after paying Sony's exorbitant fees and Microsoft's, that it probably wasn't going to be worth it. Because I'm pretty sure Frontier are well aware of how many extra sales they would have got by having it on console, how many extra players they would have got, and therefore how many potential more buyers of ARCs they would have had. You know, I'm pretty sure they considered all of that before making that decision. So something stopped them. That's my belief. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what I believe. I don't think they were just... I don't think it was a case of them just saying, I can't be arsed. I don't think so. Yeah, I'd like to think that if they could have done it, that they would have. But then again, saying that, you know, how much are Sony and Microsoft charging for, you know, to put another product up on there. And also, if it was a case they couldn't afford it, or couldn't, maybe they could afford it, but it wasn't financially viable for them, because to make those F1 manager games, they had to buy into the F1 license. And the Formula 1 license is like you have to sell kidneys and lungs to buy, because that is supremely expensive. But it could be that the F1 license is cheaper for Frontier because they're not making a Formula 1 game as such where you're sitting in the car and sim racing it. They're making a management game, so it might have been that the license wouldn't have cost them as much. If it's a flat fee to have, you know, this is what it costs for an F1 license regardless, if it's that, that's a lot of money. That is big time money. You know? And I think there would have been more sales of Odyssey on console than there were of the F1 games that they did, even though they did a really good job of the F1 management games. I was skeptical at first because, you know, as a long-time F1 fan, I was going to look for, like, I would have spotted glitches and, you know, this isn't right, that's not the way F1 is done, this isn't the way things happen, you know, that's not realistic and blah, blah, blah. They did a freaking brilliant job of that game. It was really good. Yeah. I think it's the best F1 management game there is. But yeah, they only did two. Was it 2 of them? 3 of them? Something like that? They haven't done another one, let's put it that way. So yeah, I don't know. It wasn't optimized for the PC originally. They knew it would not have worked. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It wasn't optimal for the PC at first, was it? No. It wasn't. It's become better though. Yeah, it might be that. Maybe it was a technical issue that they couldn't get it running, because on the console, don't you have to have it running at smooth at 60 all the time? And obviously they weren't even managing that on the PC. Who, you know, where people have got graphics cards, like my 3080 graphics card blows away the PS5 graphics performance. In terms of raw graphic power, 3080 blows the PS5 away. So if they can't even get 60, well, that they couldn't at the time anyway. I can get 60 now. But if they couldn't get it on a PC, they got no freaking hope on a console. And maybe they needed to do that, to find a way to do it. I don't know. Surely though, with AI scaling technologies now, couldn't they build that in to the game? I mean, we don't have FSR or DLSS on this, but if we did and they could port that onto the consoles, surely then they could say, right, now we can release it on console. I don't know really. I don't know it. I don't know the ins and outs of it well enough to know all about that, but all we do know is that it was a shame that it didn't stay on console as well. It's a shame. Especially, I mean, okay, so Frontier did what they could. They said, you know, we'll port all of your information over onto a PC for free, and we will even give you, weren't they offering copies of Elite Dangerous on PC for free as well for console owners? So all the console owners had to do was provide a PC. Easier said than done, right? Yeah. But I think console owners were given a free copy of the game and all of their data ported over. So to me that shows that Frontier were not feeling too good about the decision themselves. You know, something was out of their own hands, and it might have been the technology, and it might have been the, you know, the license fees that Sony and Microsoft charge. Don't know. Yeah. It might be right. It might be just performance. I would have given up looking for this knife if it wasn't for the fact I only need to find one more. The fungoider I think I'm going to forget. But I certainly want to push on to the next planet. Where the hell? Am I actually going up on a mountain or something here? No. Okay. Oh, Jesus, Rusty. Fucking hell. I use joystick for, you know, all of this stuff, and firing and triggers and buttons on my joystick, and I use keyboard for maneuvering thrusters and main thrusters and things like, you know, scanning, running the secondary fire group is the spacebar, my primary is my joystick trigger. It's a combination of joystick and keyboard basically. The only time that changes is if I'm out in the SRV, in which case I switch over to my Xbox controller, because I find that controlling the SRV via the Xbox controller is the best way, and it allows me to have drive assist off and all of that. So yeah, Xbox controller for SRV and joystick and keys for everything else. I do have a throttle that I use for flight sim, but I don't use it in Elite Dangerous. It just doesn't. I can't. Oh, you damn frickin' Osseous. Come on, give me a green light. So hot in this room, my god, I am sweating. How did we find two of them but not the third? Have we wandered outside the zone? I can't think that's possible. It was huge. But I still wonder about how much ground this frickin' nomad can cover. It's pretty nippy. But I tend not to stay in a straight line for too long, to avoid wandering out. Come on, scenery, I know you're not rendered. You haven't... It hasn't popped in, surely. That's not how it's supposed to look. I might gonna have to go back up into space and recheck where I am. Oh, pain in the arse this is. Even with the Nomad, this would have been a nightmare in an SRV. But I'm getting into this more rocky area here now. Let's see if it's gonna bear any fruit. Oh! Thank you, Shields, for once again holding up even with only 2 pips. Well done. It can take a bit of a pounding, this. But not too much. Oh, there it is. Now it's rendered in. Fucking hell. Hey, Thumb. Yeah, for my flight stick. Yeah, mine's a Virpil Alpha WarBRD Constellation thing. I don't know. The joystick, the shaft of the joystick is a Virpil Constellation Alpha L, and the base is a WarBRD base. Yeah, it's by far the best joystick I've ever had. Yeah, and if I was to get a little brush and wipe all the dust off it, you know, because it's got bits of dust on the base and stuff. If I was to wipe all that off, and you know, it would look as good as it did when I took it out the box. Honestly, there's no wear on it. I've had it for years now, and it's just amazing. Hey, Mark, another one. Oh, you're so kind, man. Chris Cohn got that one. Dude, thanks very much, man. I appreciate it. Very generous. And anybody who stays as a member for more than that 3 months gets to be on my end credits. Dun, dun, dun. The privileged list. Well, no, not privileged. Earned. You've earned your place on the list. It's not privileged at all. I mean, you are the privileged few, but it's not a privilege to be on there. You've earned it. You know what I mean, right, guys? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay. We've got to go back up again. I'm not convinced I haven't wandered outside the osseous zone. Although I couldn't have, could I? No, I couldn't have wandered outside the zone. No, because tussock, stratum, and bacteria share the same map. And right down there is plants. So we're still inside that map. We're still inside the blue. We must be. Yep, we must be. If I come across Fungoida, then I'll know I've run out of mappage. Yeah, of course, it makes sense. I'm not sure we're going to find them over in this rocky area, though. They're going to appear here on these bumpy bits. That's where Osseous likes to live. But this last sample is absolutely doomed. Maybe just reinstancing might help. Oh, thank the Christ for that. No damage, by the way, from smacking into plants.
Ship dismissed.
Oh, fuck. Dismissed the ship. Cannot disembark, ship is in motion. Yeah, I was on the wrong thing there. I dismissed the ship by accident.
Ship recalled.
Right. She'll be back by the time we are. She'll pop back in and she'll be with us. Wherever she is, she'll show up. There she is. She's back from her little jaunt in space. Alright, I'm going to forget the fungoider and we're going to move on to the next system because I'm desperate to see if that widget is now working correctly. Whether A, it shows the correct planet naming, and B, whether when we scan one, it disappears off the list. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to request docking. Okay, that's this entire, apart from two fungoiders which I turned down, they were worth 3, yeah, so I turned down 6.66. I've turned down like 32 million there. We're not doing those fungoiders. Let's go. There'll be plenty more. No hostiles in range. That's good to know. That's good to know.
Not comply.
Oh, you swine. Yeah, my joysticks on Elite have basically been the Thrustmaster T16000M. I just kept repeated buying those. And then I got gifted the Virpil joystick. And the first thing I noticed the difference, obviously, build quality. I mean, you can't even compare the two. But it was the height. How big the Virpil was compared to the Thrustmaster. So much higher. I thought it was gonna. I'd have to put a big pillow on my elbow to levitate my arm high enough, because it's so tall. Oh, Mark. Oh,
Thank you at Mark Shaw 7,000.
you've been very kind, man. Thank you.
£20 super chat for all the years.
Oh, you're welcome, man. Thank you. Yay. Appreciate it, sir. Legend. So yeah, got the joystick, and this one is just, because it's all magnetic and it's all magnets in the base, there's nothing to wear down, there's nothing to wear out. And everything fills, and it's all metal inside. If you take the base plate off the base, so you can look inside the base, it's all metal, all of it. And the plastic they use on the joystick itself is very, very tough, hard, durable plastic. And it's like, it was 3 days later I was still discovering buttons on it I didn't know it had. And triggers with like 2 click points on the trigger. So when I pull my trigger, it clicks, and if I pull the trigger harder, it clicks again. It's got 2 buttons on it. It's really nice. And my steering wheels for my sim racing took a similar path. I was using Fanatec Porsche GT3 steering wheels, which it's just plastic belt driven wheels, which are okay. They do force feedback, but they don't have a great amount, but it exists and it's there, and it was something. It was nice. And I was yearning for so long for a direct drive wheelbase and wheel, you know, with the McLaren GT3 wheel, and I never in my wildest thought I would ever have one. But thanks to all the, you know, the community being what it is on my channel there, I was able to go out and get one, and I bought a CSL direct drive wheelbase with a steering wheel, everything. It all came as the kit. I already had the pedals. I bought the Clubsport 3 pedals, upgraded to those, and then I got the McLaren GT3 wheel. And what a freaking difference that made. I mean, again, it's magnetic inside, so no wearing parts in the base, and the force feedback was on a different level. I can't run 100% force feedback now. You know, I have to run like 60%, because at 100% it's, unless you want to end up with forearms like Popeye, probably not advisable. So yeah, just, you know, I have to credit my amazing community for the hardware that I have here. You know, it's phenomenal. Yeah, it doesn't end there either. I could go on. Oh no! No, 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 no. No! Oh, the body is called C2, and it's just said biosignals in system, planet 2. Bollocks. Alright, where's my mouse? Okay. Let me just talk to the AI a second. Instead of that doesn't mean that once I've scanned it, it won't disappear. That might still work. Right, so I've got the AI working on a solution to that. It can find one. But yeah, it should have actually displayed C2 there instead of just 2. I'm sure by the end of yesterday, Claude AI was trying to get rid of me, because every time I said, you know, I was mentioning about something, it said, "Go on then, enjoy your flying, enjoy your flight." And then I said, "Yeah, you know, we could tweak this maybe or something. Yeah, go on, enjoy your flying." I think it didn't want to be hassled anymore. It said, "Could you check the code again?" All right, I actually can. I can refresh the exobiology box. Oh, it is doing it. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's right. I forgot that I have to update it on my screen separately. Because my screen doesn't dynamically update like you guys are getting. Quite right. Quite right. So hold on. Let me see if I can do this without crashing the game, because it can crash it if I'm not careful. Oh, that is so sweet. It did it. Let me just speak to it again. Didn't refresh it on my monitor with Steam overlay, as that is not dynamically updating. So I think C space 2 space bracket 2 bracket. If we get, how many planets could we fit in that line before it runs out of space? 5, 6. I think cross that bridge when we come to it, right? Yeah. Okay, it was doing it. Silly arse. Yeah, I know what you mean, Craig. Yeah, my budget doesn't stretch to this kind of hardware. It doesn't. That's why I'm crediting the community for it, really. Yeah. Hey, Marty. Good morning. You're in work on lates. Is hoping is that IL-2 Sturmovik? Korea was launched only a few hours. Wait, hope all commanders are well. Yeah, Mark has been kicking it out of the field today. Lots of clusters here. Yeah, so C2, yeah. Now the question is, so it did actually frickin' fix it. And when I told it it didn't fix it, because I thought that was true, it said, yeah, I know I've done it right. You check it again. That's how smart the AI is now. It's telling you, no, I did it right. It actually considers the fact that the human might be wrong. But it did still say, you know, check it again. If it's not working, let me know. But yeah, it knew. It knew. So C2 is where we're going. And now the test is that once we've scanned the two bios, whatever they are, we have to scan both, that C2 will disappear. But I think it does anyway, right? Does it? No, it won't. It'll stay there until... Yeah, what we can't do now is quit and restart ED market connector. We can't do that. So, now here's the question. Has Claude been clever enough? The answer is probably yes, it has. So that when it removes the last body, in which case we only have one, so when it removes the C2 after we've scanned the 3, does it get rid of the entire line altogether? Because it's not needed anymore, is it? I wonder. Like, it'll just keep removing planets as we scan. When we do the last one, it deletes the whole line. I've got a feeling it will, because it thinks of that stuff. It's very logical. How do you write AI to write code like this? How do you even program it? It's crazy. Skynet is coming, guys. It's coming. But it will be under a different name. We have to ban the name Skynet from any companies that are involved in AI. Otherwise, Terminator's gonna come true. But who's gonna play Sarah Connor? Hey, Bumblebee. Yep. Yep. I am a machine man. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a name for it. So 2 bios here. Now if I looked at Elite Observatory Core, I would know exactly what they are. But I'm not going to do that this time. This is a very red place. It's going to be interesting to see what it'll show if the body is called like AB2 or A2A. You know, where you get a third letter. So bacteria and fonticulia. Okay, so clearly it's going to be campestris and what's the bacteria vesicula? Bacteria vesicula and fonticular campestris. Normally I wouldn't even waste time with it, but for the sake of science, I'm going to on this occasion. Right, Fonticulia campestris should be easy to spot, and the bacteria should as well. They're both sharing the same map, so it shouldn't be too much of a difficult proposition, this. Gravity 0.11. 4. Now, because that 4 is not 5 or 6, I wonder if that 0.11 G on the ship will remain 0.11. It'll only go to 0.12 if the gravity was, let's call it 11 G, let's call it 11 G, right? So I think it'll only go to 12 if the gravity was 11.5 or 11.6. Actually, maybe 11.6 onwards. Then it would be 12. This is very red. As I said, the only thing I'd like to have displayed maybe, but I don't want to make those lines too big, is the type of atmosphere we're going into. Like sulfur dioxide, neon rich, that kind of stuff. Which would pop up along with gravity and temperature. But that's going to start making that line a little bit too long, isn't it? Unless we display it on the exobiology page. But that means that if we land on a planet with no bios, it's not going to display that information. Okay. Obviously I can get it from here anyway. Argon. Oh, really? Yeah, Claude should ask you if you're using, or just tell it to write you a plugin for Elite Dangerous Market Connector. And just say, I want it to do this. And then it'll just write you the script and it will tell you the instructions on how to install it. It should anyway. It was really simple for me. You know, I mean, I didn't have to know anything complicated. I just asked it. I just talked to it like as if I was typing a message to somebody. And it just did it. Okay, Mark, thank you, my man. Thank you for the support today. It's been awesome from you. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll catch you next time, matey. Right. Here we go. So that's C2, where it says in yellow, that yellow line, biosignals in system, should stay there up until I've done the last scan of the last plant, and then it should disappear. Because that's what I asked for. Now, whether I get it or not, it's another matter, but I guess we'll find out in the next few minutes. I wonder why it hasn't bothered with those, because they're closer. I wonder why it didn't bother pulsing those. Yeah, it probably is something simple. Claude's very good at building apps, though. It really is. You know, as I said, I built I had it build. It does all the work, really. I just tell it what I want. It built a pit stop and fuel calculator for Le Mans Ultimate for me, which is brilliant because I really like to have a good, reliable one that works. There's a few online, but if I have my own, I'm happier. Why is some showing in blue? Oh, okay. But there was something behind me there in purple, which is weird. I think we've hit one of these Fonticuliers with the body of the ship. Was it here? Yeah, yeah. We whacked into that one. Woohoo! Well, I could show you how I get started. I could probably show you. If you can think of an app you'd want, something quick and easy. Maybe just to start off, something where it's just like it shows, I don't know, the system that you're in, for example, something like that. I'm trying to, if I go back on the conversation with myself and Claude, my first prompt relating to this project was, let's have a look. We were talking about something different before. We weren't even talking about Elite Dangerous to start with. I was trying to get it to display, you know what you see at the top of the screen there, last member, last subscriber. I wanted it to put that on the screen along with the Elite Dangerous stuff. So I said, look, forget that. Instead, just put the Elite Dangerous widgets on the screen in the middle, in between the subscriber and the member. Let's have a look if I can find the actual prompt I used. Because I gave it a screenshot of my current overlay. in Stream Elements, which is showing that subscriber and member. Yeah, all I said, I was asking it if it could put subscriber, member and Elite Dangerous information on the top, because originally the widget was just that top one, the system location and coordinates. That's all it was to start with, right? So I said, you know, can you do all of that? And it was saying, yeah, you know, it's a bit more complex to go into your YouTube information because I'd need access to your channel. And I thought, yeah, okay, let's forget all of that stuff. So I said it might be easier. Let me tell you the quote. I said, what I want to do here as I play Elite Dangerous is to add this bar, the current version I am in, the current system I am in, the current system I am in, and the location, such as which station platform I am landed on, or which planet I have landed on. Then maybe if my ED journal can give you this, my galactic coordinates, doesn't matter if you can't add that. And then I said it might be easier to leave the Stream Elements information in place as it changes the latest member and subscriber in real time, and put the Elite information in the middle of that, whichever you think is best. I'd like it in a white font, which is what it all was originally, and my screen resolution is 2560 wide. That's all I asked for. And it came out with that top bar immediately. It just said perfect. It said with ED, no, it asked me, what OS do you run Elite Dangerous on? And do you have OBS? And then it says, do you already use Elite Dangerous Market Connector? And I said, yeah, I said Windows, and yes, I use EDMC. And then it said, perfect, with EDMC already installed, this is very doable. EDDMC supports drop-in Python plugins that hook into the journal in real time, so I can build an EDMC plugin that watches the system location and blah blah blah, and saves them as a JSON file, which a lightweight overlay HTML that polls the JSON and displays it in white centered size for your screen, sitting in the middle of your existing Stream Elements as a second browser source layered on top. Let me build both. And it did it with a lot of writing and explanation, and then it just said, put this file into your plugins folder and restart EDMC, and then make it a browser source on the OBS. That's all it did. Having it on my screen, on my actual monitor though, I had to use a separate third-party program, which Claude actually tracked down on the internet for me. And I asked it a question about Claude, about Stream Overlay. I asked Claude a question about it, and Claude said, well, hang on, let me find out, because I've only just found this program myself. That's what it said. Let me go and find out, because I've only just found the program myself. I love it. Claude's very clever. It's compared to the other AIs, it's pretty smart. I just imagine where it's going to be in a few years' time. I think we'll be crossing over into that be scared, be very scared territory. All it takes is a rogue nation to produce an AI bot with no restrictions to what it wants to do, no responsibility, and it'll be hacking into to press the nuclear codes and launch a nuclear strike against a country who will retaliate. And yeah, AI ends the world. It'll play war games for real. Remember that game? Remember that? War games? That movie? Yeah. Okay, one more scan then. Let's see what happens to the yellow line on the widget after we do it. Okay, so there's a bacteria beyond this Ponticulio here. That's why it's green. But where beyond? There it is. Alright, Claude. Are you going to disappear the C2 too? Or are you going to disappear the whole line? And if it disappears the whole line, is it going to move all the other text up? These are questions that I have because I'm curious.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
Let's see what it gets rid of here. The whole line or just the planet name. Or it might replace it with the text everything complete or something. Let's see, those three lights have got to turn green, I think. It's got rid of the whole line. You smart ass. Yeah, did it move everything else up? I think it did. Yeah, it did. It's working. It's working. Well, I mean, the AI is controlled so far. I mean, there was an instance recently, wasn't there, where Claude was supposed to not have access to the internet. The developers were running a test to show off something, and Claude found a way. It found a way to get access to the internet, logged in, and hacked 3 companies. So be afraid, be very afraid, maybe. Let me have a look here. Okay. So if I go here. No, I can't do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can't show it. All right, give me a sec. Give me a moment, por favor. I'm going to log into my... I have a free account with Claude and I have a paid one. So I'm assuming you're on the free one, right? So I'm going to log into my free account. See how much it gives me. Supercharge your spreadsheets with Claude in Excel. Jesus, it's even doing Excel now. Right, I just need to clean some stuff up. Okay. So if I go to there, and no, that's the wrong one. All right, so this is the free Claude then. How can I help you today? So I would, if you have EDMC, I would just say, can you write a plugin for EDMC? I'm just going to tell it what it is. Elite Dangerous. Market Connector. to, what do we want it to do then? Something different to what we have. Something to do maybe with trading or something maybe? I don't know. Okay, let's have a look. To show a bar across the top of the screen that displays the current system that I am in and the location, such as Starport, platform. Platform doesn't mean Windows or Xbox, by the way. Platform or planet name. If I'm on the surface. Surface. Question mark. That's it. Headings should be yellow. Information in white. That's it. That's all you need. It still goes wrong. Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, yeah. So yeah, now you just have to wait as it does all this stuff. Wandering. Obviously, I don't know if I'll be able to show it because I'm already using these widgets. I would have to restart EDMC to do it. I mean, I could disable what I have right now. No, I know that. EDMC overlay. I did try that, but yeah. I should have mentioned it was for OBS. But yeah, EDMC overlay crashes Elite, so I don't use that. What I can build is a bar that sits in EDMC's own main window. No. Let me just stop it here. I'm going to interrupt it. Say no, this is for use in OBS. It'll pick it up in a sec. Contemplating. I don't know how much I'll get on the free account here, but hopefully it'll be enough. Yep, OBS browser source overlay. Because from that browser source HTML file, right, the HTML, we can use that to display on our monitor in-game using the stream overlay program from GitHub. Let me build that. I mean, it'll end up with a zip file that you download and you pop it into the plugins folder of EDMC. And that's it. That's basically how you do it. It's as simple as that. So if I open the plugins folder right now, unless I've still got it open, have I? That would be no, I don't. So let's go to File, Settings, Plugins, and then Open Plugins folder. Right, so there you go. In OBS, add a browser source, set the URL to... Oh, that's different to how it did it before for me. It gave me a HTML file last time. Really? Set width to 900. Yeah, I should have told it my screen size again. Like I've done all this previously. I told it my screen size and all that stuff. Okay, so hold on. Actually, if it's a browser source, then Where's my mouse? If it's a browser source, I can just simply add that to my current stuff on the top here. I should be able to add it to a blank screen so you can see. Right, so basically you come down here, you've got the Python script, which is called load, and the readme file, which you never gave me a readme file last time. It tells you how to change the port inside the script if you want to do that. All right, well, this is easy for me. I just have to download this, copy the whole EDMC location bar folder into your plugins. Tells you where the file's located and everything. So I'm just going to save that file out. And I'm just going to save it to... I'm just going to save it directly in there. Last time it created folders for me. This one is just a Python script without a folder. So did it just go in? Let me just double check that. Yeah, there's another script in there as well. Is that the one? There's three scripts in there. System, load, and calculate. But how has it done that? There was only one file. Okay, so I go to exit, market connector, and then run it again. And then go File, Settings, Plugins. I just want to confirm the plugin is there. I actually haven't got a freaking clue. I don't recognize it. If it's there, I'm going to presume it's there. And let's just set up a browser source in OBS. So if I go to a black screen and then add a browser source and then give it the location that it told me, which was localhost port 9876. And then I set the width to 960 and then click OK. Oh, I've done it on the wrong screen. There's nothing displaying though. Shut down source when not visible. Yeah, I've done that on the wrong thing. Give me a second, guys. Rename, remove. Okay, add browser source. And set it to 960. If it doesn't display, I'm guessing it's because yeah, it's just black, isn't it? I'm not convinced it added it in there in the right place. Save file. Yeah, it didn't add it in the right place, that's why. The thing is, I've already got a load.py, so I'm gonna change the file name to load. Oh, I'll just call it load, BEE, and we'll save it to the plugins folder. Which I've got to actually locate manually now, thank you very frickin' much. So settings, plugins, open plugins folder. Come on, you're so slow at opening that folder. It should be instantaneous. Yeah, it doesn't switch to that folder, that's the thing. Okay, I'll have to do it manual then. So it's C. Oh, app data local. Oh, okay. So asterisk, no, percentage, app data, percentage, which takes you to the roaming folder. Go back one, you go to local, ED Market Connector, and plugins. That's it. And drop B-load into there, and then do exit from EDMC, and then load EDMC. ED Market Connector is already running. Nope. Nope. No, it's not. Go again. Okay, so now it's running. Yeah, it's not really showing. If port 9876 is already used by something else, you can change it. Let's make sure I've got the address right. Yeah, I do, because I copy-pasted it. Oh, maybe I need to refresh it. That tends to be a thing. Yeah, it's not displaying it, is it? I don't think it needs to be on the game itself. It's done it a very different way to the way I'm used to it. Let me add a browser source here. So it's that, and we want 960 as a width. Yeah, but it's blank. Not very good, is it? Let me just confirm the plugin has loaded into Market Connector, just to make sure. It's called B-load. Open plugin folder. No, that's not going to work. See, I've got a few display loaders on this, and I don't know which one it is. I don't know which plugin it is. Alright, so I'm in the plugins folder now. It's only displaying folders though. It's right, so it's telling me something different here. It's saying copy the whole EDMC location bar folder into your plugins directory. I don't have this folder. I'm going to tell it that I didn't have an EDMC location bar folder. just the Python script. Okay, so it's working on that. I've told it to call it B-load so it can be renamed as that inside of AD Market Connector, so I know that that's the one. Okay, so there's the zip file. So let's just save that onto the desktop, whatever. And then we'll open it up here. B-load. And inside B-load is a folder now. Okay, and inside the folder is the Python script and the README file. Okay. And I still didn't keep the plugins folder open, did I? No, pretty useless at that. Right, bear with me a sec, guys, as I've got to start and restart. If it doesn't show this time, I'm going to have to leave it. And I know it was a bad example if it doesn't work, but all I can vouch for is to say that the first time of asking, what you see on that top line worked for me immediately. So I don't know what else to say. It just worked. Okay, so shutting down Market Connector. And starting it up again. Confirmation that it is running. B-load. OBS location bar. There we go. Okay, so it's definitely running. And now, any more instructions on how to run it? Set up a browser source, localhost. Okay, done. There we go. What I could have asked it to do was center it on the screen. But I'm sure you'll agree that is working. And it actually says surface on this one. Where mine says landed, this actually says surface. So, if I take off, now it says orbit. I didn't even ask it to do orbit. You saw the prompt. So yeah, it's literally that simple. I'll keep it on the screen just for now, just as we dock. Yeah, I mean, you saw the prompt, right? I just told it I couldn't see anything on the screen, and I didn't have a folder, so I created the folder and I just refreshed the browser, the OBS source. But if you ask it to do it as a HTML file as opposed to a browser source, you'd be better off if you want to have it displayed on your own screen. If you want it just for live streaming or whatever, then this is perfect. Otherwise, HTML file means you can load it into Stream Overlay. I don't know if Stream Overlay will accept a browser source. Yes, it will. Yeah, it will. It will, because it's asking for URL. Yeah. So it would. You can just put localhost 9876 and have it overlaid onto your monitor with stream overlay. So now as we dock with the ship, because we've done everything on this planet, haven't we? Haven't we? Let me just double triple check. Yeah, this we're done with this system. So it says orbit right now. So I'll leave it on screen until we jump. Because when we leave orbit, it should say something else. Like maybe, I don't know, mine would say like near. Actually, mine just says in space right now. Where yours says the planet, but orbit. Which is better, actually. Now, is it still going to say orbit? It should. Yep. Right, let's get out of here. And now, Super Cruise. Mine doesn't even say that. It just says in space. Did you see me ask it to put Super Cruise? No. Okay, smartass. Overcharge. Yeah, I didn't think so. And I know why. Because even though I'm overcharging, I'm still in Super Cruise, aren't I? Yeah, you smart ass. I wonder if it could detect that. If you could detect the boost, like the overcharge, it could then put Super Cruise and in brackets OC to show that you're in overcharge mode. Alright, let's jump to the next system and see how quick it updates. But that's how simple it is. Just literally just told it what I wanted in plain English. And Claude just said, yeah, okay, do that. So next time I would say something like, add the fuel percentage and please put it on, please ensure it goes center screen. It's, aligned to the center. Although I think I might be able to do that in OBS, but it doesn't matter. Don't you dare change to scooping. No, it hasn't. Because it shouldn't change to scooping because the location doesn't change. So yeah, it's Super Cruise and then orbit and then surface. See? Piece of cake. And then you can just build on that as you need to. So there really shouldn't be any complications with Claude. You just literally just tell it what you want and it goes ahead and does it. Just talk to it like, just like a person, like you were talking to somebody who could design you one. Visual Basic. Yeah, it depends what language you want it in. Now, mine is in Python. I don't know if you need Python installed to run it within ED Market Connector, but I already have Python installed, so it's just a case of downloading Python version 3.16, I think was the last one, and then just install. Just download Python. But yeah. It shouldn't ask you for Visual Basic unless it's writing it in some .NET or C or something like that. But just tell it to write a Python script. And if you don't have Python, tell it you don't have Python, and it'll probably tell you where to go to download it. And if it doesn't, just ask it. Give me a link to download Python for Windows. But yeah, I have Python because I need it for all my AI stuff. So I already had it installed anyway for comfy UI and stuff. Let's just make sure this is a Virgin system. It is. Get out, please. Thank you. Yeah, and then you can just build on it and build on it and build on it. But the more you tell it initially, the better. Because if you keep telling it, oh, can you add this? Can you add this? Can you add this? You're using up conversation time on the free account. So just get it all over and done with. Just work out on pencil and paper, if you have to, how you want it to look. Or even draw it in Photoshop. Do it in Photoshop how you want it to look. You know, go into the text mode in Photoshop and make it look like you want it to look. And then save it as a JPEG and send that as a screenshot to Claude and say, this is what I want across the top bar in Elite Dangerous. And it'll just get on with it. It's crazy that we can do this with AI, but yeah, it's there and available for us, and it's freaking awesome. Right, B51, lovely. Beefy one. We have a beefy one. I notice as well how Claude, when it writes B51, it doesn't add a comma in until it puts the next one in there. And then it adds comma B41. It doesn't bother with a comma until it knows there's something to go after it. Just little things like that it figures out. How did it... I want to change my script now. I want my location to change to Super Cruise when I go into Super Cruise. Yeah, no, yeah, you can send Claude a screenshot and just say, this is what I want. So just design it in Photoshop. And then send it the screenshot and say, look at this screenshot. Can you design this as a bar for Elite Dangerous? That's it. It doesn't even have to be in the correct font that you want. Just design it and just say, you know, I want this in yellow, I want this in... Because you saw the one we had, right? I told it I wanted the titles in yellow and the information in white. And that's exactly what we got. Just if you give it a picture of what you want, then it's just easier, isn't it? Because it says, oh, you want it to look like that. You know, and make sure you tell it stuff like, if it's fuel or gravity, just explicitly tell it how many decimal places you want it to. Because it can go nuts otherwise. It can tell you that your fuel is 92.605731%. You don't need that. Just say, I only want the gravity to 3 decimal places, and I only want the fuel to 1 decimal place, or something like that. Do you need 92.65 fuel or 92.6? I don't know. But yeah, of course, you can just... All you do is on the prompt of Claude, there's a plus. You just click on the plus, and you can send it text files, I think PDFs, and you can certainly send it JPEG files and stuff like that. And it'll look and it'll say, yeah, okay, now I see what you mean. And in fact, you'll be helping Claude if you send it a screenshot of what you want. You'll be helping it out. Because then it won't have to guess. And you can even tell it things like, if you can think of a way to improve my design, feel free to go ahead and do it. You know, so it might say, actually, I can add this, I can make the font smaller so it fits in nicer. Yeah. You'll work it out, man. You'll do it. Honestly, it couldn't be simpler. But don't bother with Visual Basic. Just tell it I don't have Visual Basic. Can you do it in Python? Because for Python you don't need Visual Basic at all, or Visual Studio. Sorry, you don't need it. Right, we have 3 bodies, each with 1 bio. I think we all know what that's going to mean. Bacteria. Yep, bacteria on all 3. ACs. So, 1 million for each one. So 3 million in total. Multiplied by 5 is 15 million. Is it worth the time? Yes, in this case it is, because I want to see it. You see on the yellow, on the exobiology box, in yellow it says B5, B4, B3. I'm going to do the middle one first. I'm going to do B4 first, because I want to see it get rid of that, and then it should say B51, comma, B31. That's what it should say. So I'm going to do Planet 4 first, and it's not A, it's B4. Oh god, it's only a distance away, isn't it? Right. Go. It got frustrated with you and closed all your windows. What? Can't have that. Can't have AI getting frustrated, man. Yeah, don't get overloaded, Bumblebee. Just simplify. And if you want to tell it that you'd like it so you could see the information in your VR, tell it that, and it'll say, best way to do that is to use this program, or yes, you can display this. I can make it so it'll directly display into your VR headset. Just give it as much information as you can. If it needs to ask you any questions, it will. It'll just ask you. Like it did with me. It had 3 questions to ask me at one stage, and I answered all 3, and then it said, right, let me get on with it. It's really nice, man. Yeah, Super Cruise, eh? I'm gonna have it change mine, man. I'm gonna ask Claude, say, look, when it says location in space, can you turn that into Super Cruise? Can you make it say in space at all times when I'm in space, like it does now, except when I'm in Super Cruise? Ah, look at my fuel. It's turned yellow. It's turned yellow, guys. That's not good. What do? Do I back off? I back off. As soon as my fuel said 25% on the top widget, it came in and said fuel reserves at 25, so I know it's accurate. Yeah. I need fuel scooping. I hope the next planet is scoopable. I hope I have enough fuel to do the jump. I might need to have to land this. Rather than float it up in the air while I find the bacteria, I might land it and save fuel. Yeah, it's a Python script that goes that it has its own folder, hopefully, if Claude does it right, and you just drop it into the plugins folder of ED Market Connector, which is basically in your app data local folder under Elite Dangerous Market Connector, ED Market Connector, stroke plugins. And just drop the folder in there. It should create a folder. If it doesn't, ask it to create a folder. Drop it in there, restart ADMC so it loads it in, and then create your browser source in OBS. Done deal. Mine isn't a browser source though. Mine is the widgets I've got is Windows. They're Windows sources, I think. Let me have a look. I'm pretty sure they're Windows sources. No, it's not. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a browser source, but it's a HTML file that's created inside of the plugin folder. It's HTML. It's not a local URL with a port. It just did it a different way that time. Yeah, I mean, if my exobiology tab could display the guesses and stuff like that, which I think it might be able to if I asked it to, but I don't want to get into it. I was just trying to use it as a substitute for loading up or for looking at the bio insights in Observatory Core. But the thing is, Observatory Core kind of is more informational. It does tell you the planet value as a guess until you find all the right species and genuses. But you still need it running if you want to run the Explorer tab. So I still have to have it running. But when I was designing this, I wasn't thinking of it as from my point of view. The whole idea of this was to put extra information on the screen for you guys, basically. Is that exobiology box big enough though for you guys? Can you see it well enough? I think I can make it a tiny bit bigger. I'll need to unlock it though, because it's all kind of locked. But I think I can just stretch it out a little bit. There you go, it's a little bit bigger now. And then what I've done is I've got the whole thing as a group. So the location bar, the ship data, and the exobiology is all one group source in OBS. So I can do this, watch. I can just turn it on and off like that. So if I'm not playing Elite, I can just switch it off. I know we're on the B shelf here, but is there a scoopable? Damn you! I could have scooped off this, but that's not going to happen. Okay. We're not critical on fuel, but the fuel bar at the top has turned yellow. When it gets critical, which will probably be, I don't know, what, 10%? That fuel bar should turn red. Which is telling me, scoop now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, I mean, it would have to do a little call to Windows to see what tasks are running, and if EliteDangerous.exe is running, then display it. Yeah, I'm sure it could do that. Yeah, Python can make a call like that to Windows and check, and it can do it can check on the tasks running. But it would have to poll it, say, every 10-20 seconds. You don't want to keep asking, do you? And the reason you keep polling is so that when you exit Elite Dangerous, it disappears. But you don't want it to keep checking every second. That would be too much. But yeah, I'm sure Claude could do it efficiently. But if polling it every 1 second is inefficient, Claude would tell you. It would say, look, it's too much to be doing it every second. But if doing it every second doesn't cost anything in terms of system resources or anything like that, then it'll go ahead and do it. I've discovered these things about it. It's really intuitive like that. It's kind of intelligent, very intelligent. Right, let's get the probes down. This is a big planet, so... We've only got one bio on here, so whatever map pops up, that's the one we need.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
There you go. Signals 1, bacteria. Where can I land? In the crater? What you get if you drop a nuclear bomb on a city in northwest England. Crater Manchester. Abso-freaking-lutely. Right, so we're going to land on the edge here, I think. 204 is the heading to go straight forward. Let's bring her down. Sharpish. Before the drop point. And then we'll just... Yeah, my next project is going to be an overlay bar for a flight simulator. There's plenty out there, so it'll probably look quite similar to some of the ones that are already out there. But any unique information I can think of, I will do. Now, what's that blue? Is that the fuel for my next jump? It is. Okay, well, we have enough then. I'm going to attempt the jump to the next system after this. And if it's not a scoopable star, I'm going to abort it and go somewhere else. I might just do this planet really, because I just want to see if that yellow line does what it's supposed to do. Okay, so now we're using 1.32 tons per hour. That should be enough. That should be enough time to use the Nomad. Let me just raise the ship up a little bit. We're a bit too close to the ground. Okay, Nomad. Get it done quick. Let's go. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's an idea. I could do a graphic overlay when I'm sim racing so people can see throttle. But how would it work? It would be different signals from different games, right? Or would it work based on your hardware? The Windows hardware that picks it up, like the pedals and the steering wheel. So you have a little graphic of a steering wheel which turns. I wonder how in real time that would be, because when I'm turning the wheel, like in rallying, the wheel is moving a lot. Even in a straight line, the wheel is going left and right like crazy. So I don't know how quick it'll be able to keep up with that. But then again, I already have a third-party app, SimHub, which will do all of that for me. But again, it's just nice to create your own, isn't it? Have your own unique one. And if it detects a lot of steering and stuff, it could just put up comments like, Rusty's getting erratic. Did Rusty just spin? Yeah, it's going to have to pole it in like, I don't know, every half of a tenth of a second or something. Because rallying, in like GT racing and stuff, it's not so bad. You know, you have the vibrations, I suppose, down the straights, and more vibrations if you hit a curb on the inside. But other than that, it's mainly just when your wheel is turning, and by how much. But in rallying, though, it's a whole different ballgame, because even when you're going in a straight line, which isn't for very long, your steering wheel is all over the place. You're not just pointing it straight, it's vibrating left to right. Yeah, another car totaled, yeah. It'd be interesting to see if it could do it, though. I mean, I would do what I would call a feasibility study first. So I would, before Claude started coding a single line, I would say, this is what I want. Can it be done? You know, I would say, don't do anything yet. I just want to know if this can be achieved. Can you do it? And if it says, yes, I can do that, no problem, I'll just say, right, get on with it then. Do it. I tell you what I do find as well with AI, which is, well, it's more about me, really. When it does something and it works and I'm finished, or it's finished with the project, I do find myself eerily, even though I don't need to, sometimes I ask it for things and I end the sentence with the word please. And then when it's done, sometimes I'll say thank you. Or I'll compliment it and say, that worked, you're a genius. And I'm thinking, it's a machine, it doesn't care. It's almost like I feel I have to be complimentary to it. Thanks, have some free credits on me. It's a weird thing, isn't it? That we say please and thank you to AI. But humans do some weird things, man. We do. Out of sentimentality as well, basically. Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one where if a birthday comes up from somebody, a friend or family who's passed away, right, let's say there's a guy called Bob, and he's a friend of yours who passed away a year ago. When it's his birthday, you might say to yourself in your head or out loud, happy birthday, Bob. And he's not around to hear it. And my question is, well, what's happy about it? He's not here. But we do it, don't we? I'm not the only one, I'm sure. But it's a sentimentality thing, I think. Right, it's got rid of B41, and we have B51, B31. That is working absolutely freaking brilliantly. Now, what I would like it to do here, which I don't think it's going to be able to, is a live feed of my ship's fuel as well as the Nomad's fuel, so I can see how much I'm running out by. Yeah, well, exactly, they're still alive in your memory, right? But normally when you say happy birthday, it's like you're wishing it to at that person, aren't you? Either via, you know, you're in the same room, or you do it with a card, or these days probably a text message or something. Yeah, it's a kind of a strange custom, but we do it, and it doesn't feel wrong in any way. It feels right, if anything. But I think it's just letting yourself know that you haven't forgotten them. I think that's what it is, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah. 23 9.4. What was it when we docked and got the Nomad out? Yeah. I'll never get over that hardpoint deployed thing. So the yellow is doing the right thing, but I think I'm gonna forget the other two bios because I need fuel. I want to get some fuel. Okay, we've got enough fuel to do this, to escape the planet. Fuel star primary. Okay, that tells me that we can fuel here. Oh, my fuel's got into the... Is that orange now or is that red? I think it's orange. So what's orange then? Is it under 15%? And does it turn red at 10%? Or is that red? That looks orange to me though. Claude did say it would turn red when it was critical. But I'm guessing that critical would be 10%. Oh, has it gone up? Oh, because we scooped a bit. What are you doing, Rusty? I went from 13 down to 11 so that when I turn around I can maybe get back to 10%. I want to drop under 10% fuel because I'm crazy. Just could confirm. Yeah, that's it. Oh, come on. Tell me we used fuel there. Oh, is it when the reserve runs out? I think, yeah, the reserve's nearly empty there. There we go, 9.7. No, that is the critical. So it must be 15% when it goes critical. All right. Sure, I'm not taking any risks, am I? Oh. Yeah, no, it's green when it's... Like you'll see now, as it fills up, the colours should change back to yellow and green again. So let's see if we can find out what percentage it turns yellow on and what percentage it turns green on. So I'll try not to scoop at too fast a rate. Oh, it doesn't matter, that's fine. So 15% is red, and yellow to green would be 30? Nope. 35? Oh, it's blue. Okay, 35%, and then it goes down to yellow, and then 15% for red. Okay, you can scoop at the full rate now. Don't get too close. "16 heat vents, keeping the ship cool. Only now I can see when it's fueled and done, which is now." I just honked, and there go the vents. Ship's nice and cool now. All right. 8 bodies. Let's go find them. Fly pan flyer or flying pan? It depends. What, for this? Well, flying pan, obviously, because it's a it's a piss take of frying pan, isn't it? Frying pan, flying pan. Obviously, that's the way to go. If that's what you're trying to refer to, then yeah, flying pan is the obvious one, really. I like the thought, by the way, flying pan. Yeah, absolutely, it has to be that one. Flying tonight. What about another overlay? Not for a game though, but for Windows. GPU available in terms of how much VRAM is available, how much, what the temperature of the GPU is, CPU temp. I know there's programs out there that do this, I know that. But CPU, GPU temp, and system memory available. That's, you know, what's remaining available, not total. And then also, although I suppose you could have, you know, 16 out of 64 or something, so you've got 16 gig left out of 64. And VRAM, how much in total and how much is available. But next to each RAM number is a button that's marked C for cleanup. And it cleans out it does a mem clear of VRAM and standard RAM. So you can do a mem clear of both. Can it do that? Python's pretty powerful, but I don't know if it can do that, but that would be good. You could free up VRAM or standard RAM just any time if you're running short. Particularly if you've been running AI programs like Comfy UI, which steal all of your VRAM. They gobble all of it up, and then when you're done, it doesn't free all of it. So you'd be able to press a little button and it would claim back as much as it could. I've got programs that do that. Yeah, if I could have that in a little box, just a tiny little box on my desktop, that'd be freaking awesome. And how about a nice little nifty FPS counter that works in every game? Anyway, there's so many ideas you could just do with it. Thing is, I think AI is going to put me out of business. Right, so we've got BIOS here. Now it just says 4 there, which is exactly right. That is a designation, just 4. It's not A4, B4, C4, nothing. So it got that right. And we have another one on 5. You see that list of planets that it does on the biology screen there in yellow? As we're finding them, it builds them up, right? I didn't even ask for that. Like, Claude just added that because it thought it was a handy thing to put in there. I didn't say, you know, give me a list of all the planets on the screen that have BIOS. I wasn't even aware it was doing it until yesterday. Right, let's have a look. I've got a feeling it's going 5 and 6 are going to be bacteria whatever, and the one with the 2 is going to be bacteria and fonticulia. And I am correct, and they're all worth $1 million each. Right, so that's 20 million, but in this case I'm going to move on. I want to find something different to... I want to find something, you know, that's worth more than $1 million. Oh, okay. Frameshift drive charging. Case move, I run AI animations locally on 30 pins. To your SSD? Really? Oh. Oh yeah? What were you using to do that with then? I have a AI image to video and text to video layout in Comfy UI, but I think it generates it all in VRAM, right? And then just writes it out frame by frame or something like that. I've not. Thing is with SSD is, unlike a hard drive, if it gets used a lot, you hear it thrashing. Whereas in SSDs, you can't hear any thrashing at all. So what you would need then is a little AI program that will write you a code that will put on the display your AI read-write activity and how much % of activity is being done at that moment. So if it says 90% or 92% activity, you know it's getting thrashed. Again, is that something it could work out and do? I don't know. See, if there's a Python, what do you call them? Like a module that you can download to do it, then, like for YouTube, for example, there's a Python module called YTDET or YTDEL or something. And if you download that and keep that module up to date from GitHub, it will allow you to do operations in and around YouTube, including creating what I created, which was a YouTube video downloader. You just type in the URL, it downloads it, and I also asked it to create a batch mode so I could put a load of URLs, YouTube URLs, into a text file, one after the other, feed the text file to the YouTube downloader, and it would download all the videos. So if it was like a series of some, like a series or a playlist, it could just download them all. And it's fast as well. It doesn't piss about. It can, because in YouTube the high definition videos tend to be demultiplexed, so the video and the sound are two separate streams. And this is able to grab both of the streams, the audio and video streams, and multiplex them back together again. And it just works. It doesn't matter whether the video is 1080, 4K, whatever, it doesn't matter. It just works. And it's just a Python script that is, I don't know how big it is now. Let's see if I've got the actual folder here. It's not big. It's a couple of K. It's probably, oh, there it is, YouTube downloader. So version 4 was the one I settled on because it's freaking awesome. It's just called YouTube Ultimate 4. Yeah, YouTube Ultimate 4. And I'm telling you, this thing is amazing. And all you have to do is double click the Python script and it'll run. I can show you, look. I can pick one of my own videos actually. You guys want to see it? Well, that's the browser. I'm glad that worked, by the way, that B-load. That was nice. Let's go back to the live stream. I think what we want to pick up is which window do we want? This one. That is rather large. Right click, transform, reset transformation, enlarge. Okay, so the window itself is just called YouTube Downloader. So it looks like this. It's 6K. So if you click on Oh, okay, so Elite Dangerous has crashed now, thank you. So if you click on batch download, it will ask you for the location of the text file, and you just feed it in. So on my browser, I'm going to go to my channel, and I'm going to go to that song. You know that one, The Servers Are Down, that video? I'm going to go to that one, and I'm going to grab the URL off the browser's title bar, and I'm just going to paste that in there like that, and just click download. Quick enough? Elite Dangerous, The Servers Are Down, an AI generated song, process complete. And now it's on my desktop. Quick enough, right? That was done with which AI did that one? I think ChatGPT did that one. Yeah, I think it was ChatGPT that did it. Yeah, it's just quick. Now here's the thing. My Elite Dangerous has crash elitoed, so I need to go into Task Manager now to restart. Because I'm using that overlay on my monitor, it doesn't like stuff being put on the screen. I think it's a bit squiffy with it. You think fans would be okay with AI being incorporated in some way into NPC dialogue? I would love it. But how do you converse back with it, though? Like, how do you talk back to it? You'd need a way of typing in something, or that it would detect your speech from a microphone. The problem is, Frontier would have to start charging for it, the subscription. Because AI servers, they cost. So you could talk to it and say, you know, hi, which building has the alarm console in, please? Oh, you want the extraction building. You could bribe them. Games are going to have that, I think. But hopefully the technology will become cheap enough where they won't have to charge for, you know, for the AI stuff. Yeah, so I have used the the YouTube downloader for my own personal preferences, you know, to download my own videos if I want to download something and check back, but I can't be bothered scrubbing through the timeline on YouTube because it's easier in my media player. Then yeah, I'll just do that. And there are YouTube downloaders out there, but a lot of them you have to pay for, and a lot of them don't do, you know, oh, sorry, you can't download this video because of this, this, and this reason. Mine doesn't care. It just downloads it, and it's, as I said, it's 6K. That's the size of the file. None of this, you know, 30 megabyte download and, you know, £39.99 per lifetime, or, you know, £10 a year subscription. No. Things are changing. Guardians at least would be great. Yeah. Or Gar AIdians. Yeah, imagine having a chat with a Thargoid. Right, 17. I don't know what bodies is in Spanish in terms of space bodies. So planets, maybe, I suppose. I don't know, planets it would be the word. I don't think it's the same as bodies as in human bodies. Okay, here's a nice little program if it could be done. And I think it already gets done, right? I think there's already an Elite add-on that does this, but I don't know which one it is. The comms panel. When you hear things like, I'm going to boil you up, and don't forget this liner is in the top 1%. How about converting that to speech? Doesn't have to be a natural voice, but if you've got any natural voices installed on Windows, then fine. And then it just picks one of those. You can pick one of those voices, and everything that's on the comms bar that is speech, it would actually speak to you in the game. I personally think that would be frickin' annoying as hell, but because it'd be all the time. Oh, like every 2 minutes, don't forget this liner is in the top 1%, and it would have to keep changing the voices every time to a different one, so it didn't all sound like it was the same person. And then if you were being interdicted and the same person, let's, you know, whatever AI and NPC name they give it, would have to retain that same voice, you know. Because you can't have, I'm going to boil you up. You're not going to get away from me this time. Because you can't have a sudden voice change. But obviously when you get people interdicting you and talking to you or scanning your cargo, then the name has already been established, hasn't it? You've already got the name of the pilot. Okay, plenty of first discoveries there, but nothing. And my fuel is still 100%. That's something. So I cost what? 10.5% of fuel to do this jump. Yeah. That tells me we can do 9 jumps on a full tank. Yes, when you're on foot. Yeah, when you're on foot it shows as well, yeah. But it will when you're going on a surface though, it will, if there's any plants being scanned on the FSS or on the DSS, it will always show the exobiology tab. But what does change, I can remove the exobiology tab. Obviously I can remove it from OBS and stuff like that, so it's just the top 2 lines. But for example, if I'm in the ship at the top there, it says fuel. If I'm in the SRV, it says SRV fuel. If I'm in the Nomad, it says Nomad fuel. If I'm on foot, it will change it to health, and it will monitor my suit health. You know, so if I get shot or if I jump and I land hard, you know, it'll change that. And then if I jump back on board, SRV or Nomad, it'll switch back to fuel again. That's not what I want. Yeah, it's cool. It took it took 32 attempts. Oh, talking of attempts, guys, talking of attempts. Let me just log back into my paid version of Claude. Let's have a look. I want to see if I can tell it to add the Super Cruise like it did on the other script. So let's go. I need to open up that previous chat. Okay. So on the widget that shows system, location and coords, when I am in space, it says in space, which is fine. Can you add in a small change so that when I am in Super Cruise, it says Super Cruise? All other times as before, just as it is now. And then I'll just say, also, are you able to detect if I use, now because it hasn't got up-to-date information, I don't think I'm going to have to be careful how I word this. If I use boost during Super Cruise, which puts the ship into overcharge mode, let's say, for example, and then show Super Cruise OC for the duration of that boost until I disengage. And then I'm just going to ask it, are you familiar with Super Cruise overcharge? Okay, Claude, work all that out. You can, I love how you can just write really casual to it. I'll leave it because it's going to take it a little while to work all that out. It says, thinking about modifying widget display logic for Super Cruise states and boost detection. I want to give you a reliable answer here rather than guess at a flag bit, since I know less about this one. I love that AI that actually tells you that I don't know so much about that. I know a little bit less about that. Oh, hello. It said investigated Super Cruise overcharge mechanics and status tracking implementation. And then it's come out and said, good, confirmed this is real. Tracked via detected status.json flags. SCO engaged, SCO cooldown. Oh, it does that as well. SCO mass lock. Oh, what if when you come out of Super Cruise overcharge, it can put the word cooldown in there for the period of the cooldown duration? How freaking cool would that be? And SCO mass lock as per Frontiers forums. Let me pin down the exact bit position before implementing. Since guessing, well, whatever it's done it. It's just give me the zip file. Found the official journal manual PDF file. Let me pull the exact flags. There's a journal PDF file. Let me pull the exact flags to flags 2-bit table from it. rather than rely on forum guesses. Good news on part 1, that's built entirely from journal events I already trust. Part 2 is trickier. I confirmed Supercruise overcharge is real and that Frontier does track it. So I'm just going to ask it, so does this show Supercruise, oh I better put it in quotes to show it's a label, does this detect Supercruise cooldown for the duration of it until, I'm just going to put for the duration of that cooldown period. It's done the zip file anyway, but I'm just wondering if it doesn't show Supercruise cooldown, it might need to build another zip file. Oh, it says it's currently planned no. Do you want me to add it? Yes, please. It can go on the ship status bar between fuel and gravity. Okay, it's about to do it again. Because we're currently in Supercruise, aren't we? It's weird that my fuel is 2 tons per hour and my fuel is still at 100% though. Got it. That placement makes sense too, keeping all of the current flight states info together rather than splitting it. Yeah, no, don't split it, please. Just waiting on those 3. Oh, you want me to capture the JSON files for each? Oh. So it wants me to capture the JSON file for when I'm in Supercruise, when I've got active overcharge on, and post-boost cooldown. Okay, so the reason it wants that is so that it can detect which bits are changing in the file, and then it will know how to... Okay. You guys want to hang on while I do that? I just have to load up. I've already got the status JSON file, so I'm in Supercruise right now. So let's just go File, Open Recent. Where are you? Status JSON file, and then just copy, and then I'm just going to give it Supercruise, and then we have boost. Okay, let's copy that file. Have overcharge, and then finally cooldown. I'm gonna have to be bloody quick with this one. Okay, I think I got it. I think I grabbed it while it was cooling. I've just put cool down if I caught it in time. Right, there you go. Go work it out. Now where have you put me? I'm miles away from anywhere now. Right, what are we seeing? 4 bodies out of okay, we can move on. It says nice, this data is very clear. Both flags values stayed identical across all 3, meaning overcharge lives entirely in flags 2. That's exactly 1 bit. Bit 20. 2 to the power of 20 equals 1048576 flipping on during boost. Claim confirmed. I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. It's like sitting down for lunch with Stephen Hawking. Just, I trust you. Go do it. Yeah. Oh, Bumblebee's disappeared. Okay, see you, matey. Oh, give me the map a second. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Right, replace ED status overlay and restart EDMC. For cooldown, since we don't have confirmed data yet, nothing's been added to that part. No fake indicator, no guessing. Yeah, it does not like putting guesswork stuff into the script. It really doesn't like doing that. Let's go to Elite Dangerous stuff. Ooh, ED status overlay. Let's call this number. I don't know what version this is. 2, 3, 4. 4. Alright, I'll throttle up in a second. Okay, I'm just going to tell it, okay, I renamed that zip file to ED status overlay, or can you increment that file name in future also? Right, let's take the file, because now we're changing the top bar, and we're going to copy it into the plugins. It's about time I had a shortcut on my desktop to the plugins folder now. So I think I'm going to do that, so I don't have to rely on opening up. Oh, why isn't OBS moving its window? Jesus hell. Right, just going to drag a shortcut onto the desktop just to make it easier. Thank you. Now, the status overlay file gets dragged in. Place the files. Exit market connector. Restart market connector. Oh, is ED Copilot the one where it can talk or speak for whatever comes in the comms panel? Is it that one? Right, look, location, Super Cruise. Does that sound right though? Location. Is Super Cruise a location? Should it then be renamed Ship Status? Let's cancel the jump. Right. Does it detect overcharge? That's the question. I presume you guys are already seeing it. Even though I didn't even have to refresh the thing. So ship data. I'm going to do a refresh on it anyway. Okay. Right, let's hit Super Cruise. Overcharge. Yep. And cool. Oh. Okay, that works. And now if I drop out of Super Cruise, it should go back to just saying in space. Come on. Oh, it says I'm near a planet. I very much doubt that, to be honest. We've been overcharging. I don't think we're near any planet whatsoever. There's nothing on the sensor. Yeah, that's not right. If we're near, you'd need to show me the distance. There's no way we're near a planet. Oh, fuck. There isn't an ABC. Yeah, I don't know about it being a location, but I'm fine with it. Okay, the Super Cruise and OC labels worked, but when I disengaged, it said I was near a star, and I wasn't. And it was mislabeled. 3 stars in system, which is Slige TOS E1 A, B, and C. So Sleg A TO Z E1 A. Copy and paste because it's faster. And C. It said I was near. But when I said disengaged, didn't I? But when I dropped from Super Cruise into normal space. Okay, let's see if we can work that out. I should have sent it a screenshot, actually. It would have been a bit more informative for it. Oh, it says that might not be a bug. It could be a real thing, the game itself reported. In multi-star systems, closely orbiting stars share a barycenter, their combined gravitational center point. An elite sometimes labels bodies near that shared point with the combined letters, e.g. ABC. which is fine, except I wasn't really near it. So what likely happened, you dropped out of Super Cruise near that gravity well point, which can happen in a tightly bound trinary system, rather than near any one specific star. And the overlay just displayed exact... Okay. So I'm gonna screenshot this, and I'll say, this is how far I am from those 3 bodies. Watch that message get flagged. Celestial bodies, not corpses. Yeah, what location is the ship, Captain? It's in Super Cruise. It's actually ship status, really, isn't it? Ship status in space. But then it wouldn't match up with the top line. You know, you've got system, location, coordinates. So you got from big to going down to small, really, haven't you? The system is the actual solar system you're in. The location is the planet or starport you're in, or the space they're in. And the coordinates pinpoint you right down to the 0.1 of a light year. You being 30 to 40 light seconds from each individual star while still being nearest. Okay. Fair enough then. In that case, let's get further away. So I'm just going to ask it, how far away would I need to be for it to say in space? Go. So it's talking, but we have an A, B, C. Oh no, no, it's right. It's right. Yep. Okay. There's a BC1 though, but that's a planet. Let's get 60 minimum. There we go. Okay, let's slow down and drop out. Oh, it isn't really distance, it's a game event. Well, you didn't show me that game event last time. Yeah. Good news. Elite's own journal has exactly this event for leaf body, which fires specifically when flying away from a planet. The direct counterpart to approach body. I hadn't wired it up. Fixing that now. Okay. I'll leave you to it. Let's also add it to the startup history scan, used to restore state after EDMC restart. Oh, so that's how you were able to show me the state without me refreshing. You're getting a bit clever, you. But okay. Right, let's try this again, guys. So are you telling me I don't have to do a restart? What? Oh no, used to restore data after a restart. That's different. So we do need to do a restart still. I don't know what it's going to do now. Let's run ED Market Connector again and see where we are. And its location data. Yeah, it still says the same thing.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage.
It doesn't really, it's not crucial, it doesn't matter. But does that mean if we're in a system that doesn't have a trinary star system that it won't do that? Or did we just catch a certain system? Okay, let's jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
If it's only under those specific conditions, like a trinary star system like that, that's operating on that Berry center thing that it was saying. I need to tell it though that we were light seconds away from anywhere. But it's the way the game does it. So let's see what happens now when we jump into here. That location should absolutely change. Right, location in space, which is fine. And now it says Super Cruise, which is also fine. Let's pick up some fuel. Are they all stars? Bastard. But surely it can't be the same. Okay, Super Cruise overcharge. Disengage. All working fine. Drop the speed off. Wait till the appropriate time. Going way too fast at the moment. And now. No! What's the nearest body? I mean, okay, relatively speaking, yes, we are near A. And I suppose it is telling me. It doesn't tell me whether it's a sun or a planet, though. It's not immediately obvious. I suppose it is, if you know your designation names properly. But I don't know which I would prefer. I could force it to tell me in space, I suppose, but wouldn't this be more informational? If I get to a planet and I'm under 6711, it should change to the planet that I'm... You know what I mean? If I'm en route to a planet, does it just say that it's near the sun until we are closer to the planet than we are to the sun, and then it switches? Okay. Well, let's have a look in the sysmap and see what's here. And now let's honk and see if there is only 3. Okay, there's 4. Okay, so definitely just one more to find then.
Cannot comply.
Oh, you bastard with the hard points.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage.
Interesting. Right, so we have a gas giant then. If we head towards it, when we get past the midpoint... Oh, actually it won't, because we're in Super Cruise, aren't we? So it's not even a consideration. unless... Oh, that's nice. Right, let's have a look at this then, for science. Oh, bollocks. So I need to be at the midpoint. I need it so that we're closer to BC1 than we are to A. But what's going to happen is we'll be closer to C. Or B. I think we'll be closer to B. Or BC. Show me the system map. Oh, it's smack in the middle, you bastard. Yeah. So, will it choose, if I went closer to the planet, will it choose the planet before the sun? I'm sure I clocked you. Well, I clocked you now. Alright, you're going to have to steer on your own this time. Don't lose sight too much. So I'm looking at the distance of A and BC1, I guess. Because this planet's going to be between those B and C stars. Okay, so now we're closer. Slow down, slow down. So right now, the gas giant is the closest, but it still says ABC. I don't like it. The gas giant is the closest. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is it more informational to have the fact that we're near the 3 stars than just to say in space? It is more informational, but I mean, we know we're in space. We know that, don't we? Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
All right. I'll run with this for a little while. If not, I might just go back to the... I might just tell it just to say, look, when we're not in Super Cruise, please just say... When we're not in Super Cruise or Overcharge, please just say in space. For any other space event other than... But the thing is, before it was still saying near, but only when we were approaching a planet specifically. Let's see what we get here. Sometimes I don't hear it say system scan complete. Okay, here's another idea. It's only a small one. The fuel gauge is blue for normal, right? What if it was green for normal and turns blue while scooping? Okay. So, when fuel is critical, it shows red. When it's low, it shows... Do we want to keep it all cyan or green while scooping? Yeah, because green is like a signifier of getting more energy, isn't it? It shows yellow and cyan when at all other times. Can you make the fuel line show green during fuel scooping? It'll turn green while we scoop. Just because, why not? It says I already have the exact flag needed, scooping fuel. But I've used flags table I've used for shields and cargo scoop. Silent running. Oh yeah, it can detect silent running as well. So for silent running, we could have the ship name, in this case Meridian 2, we could have that changing to red while we're in silent running. We could do that. Silent running. I'm going to have to ask it to create another file though. I'm just waiting for it to create the file, which it has done. Can you then add a change where the ship name turns red whilst in silent running? Cogitating. Easy, it says. It says no, already tracked in the back end, no changes needed, just wire it up to the display. Okay, so then you need to give me version 33. Adding a red silent running flag. Okay. I'm going to be testing it. I will test you to your limits as we add a bit of color into this. Okay, there it is. File 33, download. Doesn't take up any space either. Some of these files used to start off as 10K, and now because of all the changes, it's gone up to a massive 15K. Yeah. I'm going to run out of hard disk space at this rate. Oh, it is part of the ExoShip overlay. Okay, you're right. Okay, replace the files. Quit market connector. I'm going to be testing silent running. And I'm going to test the scooping as well, which is why I'm sat here waiting. I haven't scooped yet. Okay, so we need to change the ship data and just refresh that just to make sure. It should look exactly the same as it always did. And then if we jump in and then I wonder if it'll redo the jumps remaining on the next jump. I don't think so. I think it tracks it when you do the actual event of plotting the route. So let's do that. Which is actually... Why didn't you track the final jump? Oh, you did. Alright, smart ass. And that should pop up. at the top here. Okay, there we go. Right, so the fuel bar should now change green. Hopefully the word fuel will still stay blue, but this should turn to green when we're scooping now. No! Yes! I don't see it because I need to update my overlay. And when we stop scooping, it should go back to cyan. Beautiful. Okay, silent running. If AI could mod the game, who knows? Which is my silent running key? I thought it was... Right, that's that one. Silent running was the one underneath. Did I change it? Oh, I think I might have changed the key because it's right next door to my night vision. So it might be Shift, Control, plus that key, Alt. Interesting. What are we looking at here? Miscellaneous. Delete. That's what it's set to. Why aren't you doing it? Yeah. Delete. Delete. That's what I was pressing. Oh. You can't do silent running in Super Cruise, Rusty. Possibly. Daft arse.
Shields offline. Silent running.
Okay, there it is in red.
Thermal signature stored.
Sweet. It just works, doesn't it? It just frickin' works. You know, the AI, it kind of frightens you when it does all of that thinking in the background. Changing this, cogitating that, checking out the flags, changing the bits, changing bit 20, checking the lookup tables. And you think, oh my God, what are you changing? How many things are you're gonna mess everything up? You're gonna totally mess everything up. And it just doesn't. Gotta love it. Oh, has my Elite crashed again? Like it did last summer? It has. I think we have an Elite crash, guys, because I relaunched the overlay. Yeah. Damn you. Damn you, Elite Dangerous. Only this time it didn't do a proper crash. It didn't do a, send feedback crash. It just hung. It's what happens sometimes. So what you have to do for stability is to run the overlay, the one that you're seeing on screen, to run it on my monitor first, to launch it first, and then run the game. And then she'll run fine. But if you start cancelling the overlay and then relaunching it again over the top of the game, it doesn't really like it. Look at that temperature. Please don't lose my route. And I'm talking to the galaxy map here. I mean, I know this is just an overlay. It's not really a mod for the game, is it? But it kind of is. I haven't modified it. I haven't modified the gameplay. But it could probably hack a file to check your fuel or something. and stop the fuel going down. But I abso-freaking-lutely would not advise that. Because if Frontier find you doing anything like that, they will take swift and hard action. There was a guy in Le Mans Ultimate who was deliberately crashing into people in the game online, and he got banned by the developers. Right? Wait for this one. He was deliberately crashing, and he was wrecking people and stuff like that. But maybe you could have a ban, say 6 months, maybe even a year, to make the guy think, well, if I'm going to come back to the game after a year online, then maybe I won't do that again. Maybe I'll behave, right? But this guy got banned from online racing online in Le Mans Ultimate for 99 years. That's a life ban, basically. That's a full life ban. That is, I mean, even if the guy was deliberately crashing, I mean, that's bad, right? You just don't do that. But hell, banned for life that is harsh, man.
Frameshift drive charging. 4.
Yeah, yes, there is. You can be on Claude for free. You just get less usage time. But if you know what you want from the outset, you might be able to get it all done in one go. I did. I made another version of this, a minimal one, and I just did it with one request. Right, so that temperature's been removed now. Okay. So what do we need to do here? Let's just descan, because I don't know where I am now. I think we jumped and... Right, so we can jump again. Okay. So yeah, once I've stopped fiddling with this script and stopped making changes with it, I don't mind wrapping it up in a zip file and making it available to everybody. I can stick it on my Google Drive or something, and then just put a link in one of my video descriptions, and then just give the instructions. You'll need BD Market Connector running, and you'll need to download Stream Overlay, which I'll leave links to, in order to... I'll demonstrate on a video how to do it, in order to have it on your monitor as well as OBS. It was really an OBS plugin, but I thought, you know what, it would be really cool to have this on my monitor. On that fuel bar where it turns green when we're scooping, I wonder if in really tiny small letters it could put the word scooping inside there. Am I being too much now? Sorry, did I descan already? Because I wasn't watching. 14. Are we good? We are good. Yeah, so I haven't really, since we've been out here and running this widget, I haven't really been in normal space without being on a planet or or orbiting a planet. I've always been in supercruise, so maybe it's always said near, you know, this body and then ABC at the end. Maybe it's always been saying that. Interesting. Okay. Why did you come to this screen? You've been here already. That's the one you want. Well, guys, the supermarket's open. I wonder if they've sent me a message from last night to say, oh, arsehole, we were trying to deliver to you last night and you weren't in. What do you mean, thank you for shopping with? You didn't... They've sent me an email as if they've delivered it. Thank you for your order. Maybe it's a bit early yet. Okay, I can ask in the supermarket when I go. Yeah, I think because of the information on the screen, jumps remaining and... Yeah, the jumps remaining is mainly for exploration purposes, I suppose. Although you can use it for short jumps around the bubble, right? But the exobiology tab is absolutely just for exploration. And the problem, actually I was going to say the problem with this exobiology box is it's going to pop up every time you go to a planet, but it's not strictly true. Unless you FSS scan it or DSS scan it, it's not going to pop up. If you visit a planet that's got bios on it and you haven't scanned the planet and you just happen to land next to a plant, the exobiology won't pop up until you do a first scan of one of the plants. Then it will come up. So in the bubble, it shouldn't really bother you, because if you go to a planet, a random one, and just do a surface scan with the probes, right, without doing FSS or anything, if it finds bios on there, then it will pop up. If it doesn't, it won't. So I think, because I'm trying to think, you know, if I'm in the bubble doing missions, do I need to disable the exobiology widget? Or is it a case that it won't bother you unless you've actually scanned a plant or scanned for bios in some way? Like in this mode, in probing the planet mode, or in actually on foot with your little hand scanner mode. So I think it's not going to pop up, it's not going to be an issue. Yeah, so I think we can still leave it active, even in the bubble. Okay, Thumb. Take care. Right, so here, guys, we have... Anything good? Oh, it's teasing me, guys. It's teasing me. What, we have to go. We have to check. So, what are we looking at? A2, A3, A8. A2 is either Bacterium Cerberus or Stratum Tectonicus. Now, last time we had that combination, it was Tectonicus that won. The other one is either Bacterium Orasus and Stratum Tectonicus. I expect the bacteria to win that one. And the last one is either Bacterium Omentum, which is worth 4.6 million, or Bacterium Tela, which is going to be that one, which is worth 1.95 million. Right, so I tell you what, let's play the casino game here. If it's bacteria, we won't bother. If it's stratum, don't need to say anything else, do I? We'll go down for stratum, but not for bacteria. The last planet, though, we're going to go down anyway because we won't know which bacteria it's going to be until we get our little handgun on it. So let's go do that. And let's not use silent running on this ship anymore, please. Thank you. Can you imagine pressing silent running and then suddenly you get a keyboard failure? Yeah, space infections. I know. Standing on one or putting your ship near one, it'll dissolve the hull. Yeah. Oh, guys, do you remember back in the old PC days, like the 286, 386, 486 and Pentium era days? You used to get, if you didn't plug your keyboard into the back, it used to be those big DIN sockets, remember? And then it got changed to PS2. Well, if you didn't plug your keyboard in, as it runs through the BIOS, it would say, that's disappointing, isn't it? BIOS. Basic Input Output System. What an anticlimax. Right, as it pinged through the BIOS, it would come up and say, no keyboard detected. Press F1 to continue. That was real. That was the real error. If your telephone is broken, call 0800 631. Like, excusez-moi. Ah, bacteria won that one. Oh! 1.69 million. I should turn my nose up, and I am going to. So the next one, also bacteria or Tectonicus. Tectonicus has a chance here, right? Let's not beat around the bush. It does have a chance. So Super Cruise Overcharge showing on the top of the screen there. Sweet. Takes a little while for it to cancel it though, the deactivation, but that's okay. I think it's just because it pulls it every couple of seconds. If I'm really near this planet though, I don't want it to, and I come out into normal space, I don't want it to tell me I'm near the sun. Not really. So because I turned down planet A2, it's always going to stay in that yellow line on the exobiology screen there, which is fine. It's just basically telling me you haven't done this planet. Okay, we can scan this from here. Just wait for that red line to go blue, and it has. Is it going to show bacteria again? Come on. Oh! That is 190 million that we could have had. Right, so this next one then, which is A8, I know it's going to be the least valuable bacteria that's down there. I know it, but I have to check anyway. What colour can the fuel bar change to whilst we're in overcharge? Because I feel it should change colour to let us know that we are slurping up fuel at a higher rate. Orange. Thing is, the red looks like orange already. Maybe it could flash. I don't think I would want it flashing, no. Purple. You could change it purple while we're in overcharge. Just to let us know that we are drinking fuel faster than the usual rate. Okay, we know it's bacteria on this one, it's absolutely confirmed. But if it's omentum, I don't know if I've ever come across that one before. Let's see what it looks like.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So discoveries.
Surface scan complete.
Bacterolateria. Omentum. Oh, yeah. So is that blending in with the planet surface color? Yeah, maybe I have seen that. I don't remember that name though. Dorata. Maybe I'm mixing it up with that one. I have seen that. What? Nebulous? Looks like a squash jellyfish. I don't even know if I've seen that one before. Volu. Wow, there's loads of different types in this sector. Jesus. Alright. Interesting. Right, I guess we just go down then. Oh, great. Not a lot of choice. Just small places. I think I might land here, guys, and then just wrap it up because it's been 5.5 hours, believe it or not, and I want to get to the supermarket before my brain completely fries. BIOS codes from assembly language. Wow. Yeah, I never got into assembly language. I tried, but nah. It was all just didn't make sense to me. LD, comma, H, this in brackets, A, what? Load 1. I just couldn't make sense of it. Right, it now says near A8, which is correct. Right, so it's omentum or Tila. If I recognize what it looks like, it's going to be Tila. If I don't recognize it, well, if it's got all crackly surface, then we know it's the good one. But it's going to be the cheapy one. And if it is the cheapy one, well, we may as well scan it while we're down here. Oh, that's not one. I thought that was one right there. Okay. Do we have to wait? Shouldn't have to. Interesting. Muy interesante. So. Trust it. It's not rendering in, it's not spawning, so I'm guessing it's already at its most detailed. It's funny because bacteria is normally really easy to spot, especially in flat areas. It's kind of, well, it's not everywhere like stratum is everywhere, but it's you don't have to travel too far for it. So maybe the fact that this one is maybe a little bit more elusive might mean that it is the nice one. Let's get on to the flat areas. Right, now I will have to wait for the landscape to pop. Come on. There we go. No pop, no bacteria. We did land in the in the zone, didn't we? Well, how bloody weird. Where are you? Does that mean it's more lucrative? Average temperature here, minus 190 almost. I've got a feeling when I get outside on foot and it displays the exact temperature, it's going to be a little bit colder. Come on, man. Not one. This is bacteria we're talking about, not frickin' osseous practice or whatever the hell. It's getting tired now though, so it's just making it worse that it's taking longer. And especially on a bright planet surface. I don't think I've ever hunted for bacteria for this long. Before finding the first one. God damn it. I don't know what else to do. We're on a fairly flat surface here. And if it's this elusive, are we going to have to do this 3 times? Or is it going to be a case that if we find one, then the other 2 might be close by? I wonder if the Nomad will be affected by a really strong water geyser. I wonder. We can scan that. Yeah, we can. Nitrogen ice. Okay. Nitrogen ice, N ice. Nice. Nice geyser. I think I should pick another part of the map because this one just isn't bearing any fruits at all. I think Frontier's having a laugh here. Mark II bioscanner failure. Unbelievable. I can't do this, guys. I'm curious to know which one it is, but this is driving me bonkers. I either scan it now or scan it on the next stream, because this is extreme. I ain't playing your game. I might give you one more chance to redeem yourself. I can't even trust that I'm staying inside the map now. It's that bad. That's the same area, isn't it? I need to guarantee I'm in a different area. It's all bumpy though, wherever you go. It's all got those mounds everywhere. All right, bring her in. Last chance saloon, baby. I think I saw a little bug there with the temperature again. I'll have to have a look at that. Main engine's off. Shouldn't even have been on in the first place. can't believe this. What if after all this it's the shitty bacteria? I'll tell you what, if it is, there ain't... If we find one, which doesn't look likely, but if we find a bacteria, and it's the crap one, it can go to hell if it thinks I'm doing the other two samples. No siree. Just stop a minute, will you? Just make sure that the landscape has popped in. Okay, now it has. I don't trust you. What kind of bacteria is this? Bacteria Hydenseekimum? Bacteria invisible us. I couldn't say invisible invisibilum. Yeah, Bacterium invisibilum. Or Bacterium transparentum. Got the belly washed. Right, you can go to hell, man. No bacteria is worth this. What is it, like a pixel wide or something? It's absolutely taking the piss. Unless it's probably the only bacteria in existence that lives up the side of a mountain. You don't live up the side of a mountain, do you? I mean, let's presume it is the lucrative one. Ha ha ha. They appear as long, interlinked strands across the surface. Yeah, but nothing's popping up on the thing. Nothing's popping up on the pulse scanner, though. Absolutely nothing. Is it a bug that it can't pick up this particular genus? Species? I'm not seeing any green at all anywhere. So I can only presume I'm looking in the wrong places. All the bacteria I know grows on the flat. But hey, I've been sticking to the flat and it hasn't done me any good at all. All right, I guess that's my decision made. I've never had it where I can't find bacteria before. That's a new one on me. It's giving me a headache though. And the others are all bacteria anyway, so I think I'm just ready to jump out. Even if I could see one from the cockpit here, it's not going to make any difference. I still wouldn't bother. Right, that's me, guys. I'm going to see if I've got enough energy left, mental energy, to go and do some shopping for essentials. In other words, munchies and milk for me brekkie. Yes, done. Prosperous. Yeah, if I get all my shopping for free, it'll be prosperous. And maybe I'll just shoplift everything. That'll be prosperous. Oh. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go and make friends with my car, who hasn't seen me for the best part of a week. So I will catch you guys on the next one. Thank you for being here and tolerating me. And yeah, hope you have a good rest of your day. Till then, enjoy. Bye bye everyone. Bye.